Hello guys, welcome to Harry Fictional Hub. So in this video, we will assume Harry was a 5,000-year-old primordial soul reborn to claim his kingdom at age 11. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Awakening. The storm outside the ramshackle hut howled like a wounded beast. Lightning fractured the sky, briefly illuminating the cramped interior where a boy lay curled beneath a threadbare blanket. Harry Potter counted down the final seconds to his 11th birthday, a ritual he performed in solitude for as long as he could remember. 10, 9, 8. Something felt different tonight. A pressure building behind his eyes, a humming beneath his skin. 7, 6, 5. The wooden floor seemed to vibrate beneath him. Outside, the storm intensified. 4, 3, 2. Harry's head began to pound, a rhythmic throbbing that matched the waves crashing against the rocky shore. 1. Happy birthday to me, Harry whispered. The door exploded inward. The enormous figure that filled the doorway was momentarily silhouetted by another flash of lightning. Uncle Vernon emerged from the bedroom, shotgun in hand, shouting threats that seemed to bounce harmlessly off the giant man. But Harry barely registered any of this. The moment the clock had struck midnight, something had shattered inside him, a barrier, a seal, a lock on memories that didn't belong to an 11-year-old boy who'd spent his life sleeping in a cupboard. Harry Potter, the giant said, his voice carrying over Vernon's bluster. Last time I saw you, you was only a baby. The battlefield stretched before him, bodies of fallen warriors and creatures strewn across blood-stained grass. Haroldr stood atop the hill, his armor gleaming despite the carnage, his sword raised as the sun caught its edge. For Avalerian, he roared, and 10,000 voices answered, for the primordial king. Harry gasped, nearly doubling over from the force of the memory. It felt real, more real than the hut, more real than the Dursleys. The smell of blood and steel, the weight of armor on his shoulders, the absolute certainty of his power. You all right, Harry? The giant was kneeling beside him now, concern etched across his wild-bearded face. I'm. Harry struggled to find words that belonged to this time, this place. Who are you? Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Hogwarts. The name echoed strangely, like a word translated too many times and losing meaning in the process. But beneath it lay a recognition, a place of power built upon older foundations. His foundations. Hagrid was speaking again, explaining about magic and schools and Harry's parents. Each word seemed to unlock another fragment in Harry's mind, connections forming between his current life and something older, deeper. I'm a wizard, Harry said, not a question but a statement of fact. He felt the truth of it resonating with something ancient in his bones. Hagrid beamed. A thumpin' good one, once you've been trained up a bit. With a mum and dad like yours, what else would ya be? A king, whispered a voice in Harry's mind. A god. A primordial force that shaped the very concept of magic. When Hagrid revealed the truth about his parents' murder, Harry felt a strange doubling of emotion, the natural grief of a boy learning of his parents' fate, layered over something colder and more calculated, an ancient part of him assessing Voldemort as an enemy, a rival power to be measured. That night, as Hagrid snored on the collapsed sofa, Harry lay awake, memories washing over him like tides. He remembered a kingdom of crystal spires and living magic. He remembered commanding forces that would make modern wizards tremble. He remembered ruling for centuries, his power unchallenged until the betrayal. He remembered dying, or something like it, a fragmenting of his essence across time and space, a promise to return when the stars aligned once more. And now I have returned, he thought, looking at his small, 11-year-old hands. But as a child, powerless and ignorant. No, not ignorant. The knowledge was there, buried beneath layers of time. And not entirely powerless. He closed his eyes, focusing on that central core of himself that had always been there, even when he didn't know what it was. A small flame appeared, hovering above his palm, wandless, wordless magic that no child should be capable of. Harry smiled, allowing it to dance between his fingers before extinguishing it with a thought. Patience, he told himself. You have waited 5,000 years. You can wait a little longer. Diagon Alley buzzed with activity, a riot of colors and sounds that assaulted Harry's senses. Yet beneath the chaos, he felt the undercurrents of magic, familiar and yet changed, like a language that had evolved new dialects in his absence. Might as well get your uniform, Hagrid said, nodding toward Madame Malkin's shop. Listen, Harry, would ye mind if I slipped off fair a pick-me-up in the leaky cauldron? Hate them Gringotts carts. Harry nodded, secretly relieved. Alone, he could process the flood of memories without maintaining the facade of innocent wonder. Inside Madame Malkin's, a pale boy with a pointed face was already being fitted. Harry recognized the type immediately, aristocratic, entitled, born to privilege. Hello, said the boy. Hogwarts, too? Yes, Harry replied, studying him with ancient eyes. A potential pawn or ally? Time would tell. My father's next door buying my books and mother's up the street looking at wands, said the boy in a bored, drawling voice. Then I'm going to drag them off to look at racing brooms. I don't see why first years can't have their own. I think I'll bully father into getting me one and I'll smuggle it in somehow. Harry was reminded of courtiers from his previous life, always posturing, seeking advantage. Have you your own broom already? He asked, his voice casual but his mind cataloguing the boy's reactions. The pale boy straightened slightly. Of course. A Comet 260. It's good, but not like the Nimbus series. I find that skill matters more than equipment, Harry said, a hint of the royal inflection creeping into his voice. A true master can work wonders with even modest tools. The boy looked at him sharply, something in Harry's tone catching his attention. Do you play Quidditch? Not yet, Harry admitted. But I suspect I'll adapt quickly. A flicker of respect appeared in the boy's eyes. I'm Malfoy, by the way. Draco Malfoy. Malfoy. The name has changed, but the bearing is familiar. In his past life, he'd known a family with similar features. They'd been minor nobility, skilled in diplomacy and intrigue. Harry Potter, he replied, watching the predictable widening of eyes. You're Harry Potter. Draco's entire demeanor shifted. Well, why didn't you say so? Do you remember anything about that night? Harry met his gaze steadily. I remember more than you might imagine, though not just about that night. Before Draco could respond, Madame Malkin announced he was done. The blond boy hopped down, hesitating. I'll see you at Hogwarts, I suppose, Potter. It wasn't quite a question, but Harry nodded anyway. I look forward to it, Malfoy. As Draco left, Harry considered the interaction. The Malfoy boy would expect him to be a symbol, the boy who lived. That could be useful camouflage while he regained his strength. Let them see the celebrated child while the ancient king assessed the board from behind those eyes. After being fitted, Harry rejoined Hagrid, who presented him with a snowy owl. The creature fixed Harry with amber eyes that seemed to see beyond his human form. She shifted on her perch, then deliberately lowered her head in what Harry recognized as a gesture of respect. This one senses what I am. Thank you, Hagrid, he said, reaching a finger through the cage bars. The owl nibbled gently at his skin, not submission, but acknowledgement of a pact. I'll call her Hedwig. Hedwig. One of his generals from the old world, fierce and loyal unto death. Their next stop was Ollivander's for his wand, the one element Harry had been both anticipating and dreading. In his past life, he had needed no such focus for his powers. Would these modern implements even work for him? The shop was silent and dusty, filled with thousands of narrow boxes. Harry felt the latent magic humming within them, each unique, each a potential channel for his power. Good afternoon, said a soft voice. Harry didn't startle as Hagrid did. he had sensed the old man's presence from the moment they entered. "Hello," Harry said, meeting Ollivander's silvery eyes without hesitation. Those eyes narrowed slightly. "Yes, yes. I thought I'd be seeing you soon, Harry Potter." It wasn't a question. Ollivander moved closer, examining Harry's face. "You have your mother's eyes. It seems only yesterday she was in here herself, buying her first wand." Harry remained still as Ollivander continued his monologue about his parents' wands, watching the wand maker carefully. There was something about the old man, a perception that went beyond the physical. For a moment, Harry wondered if Ollivander could sense what lay beneath his mortal shell. The wand maker handed him wand after wand, each failing to produce the desired effect. With each attempt, Harry felt his frustration growing, not because the wands weren't working, but because they were responding too well to his power, overwhelming the delicate cores. Finally, Ollivander paused. "Tricky customer, eh? Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match here somewhere. I wonder, now." He disappeared into the back of the shop and returned with a dusty box. An unusual combination, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. The moment Harry's fingers closed around it, he knew. This wand wouldn't break under the pressure of his ancient magic. It sang in his hand, a perfect conduit that could channel his power without shattering. Red and gold sparks shot from the end, dancing around the room like celebratory fireworks. Ollivander cried, "Oh, bravo! Yes, indeed, very good." Then his expression turned solemn as he explained the wand's connection to Voldemort. "The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. I think we must expect great things from you. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great." Great things indeed, Harry thought, feeling the wand's resonance with his true nature. "But far greater than you imagine, Wandmaker." As they left the shop, Harry caught Ollivander watching him with an unreadable expression. For just a moment, he thought he saw recognition in those silvery eyes, not of Harry Potter, the boy who lived, but of something far older. The month before his departure for Hogwarts passed in a blur of preparation. Harry spent hours absorbing his textbooks, not because the material was difficult, much of it was painfully primitive compared to what he once knew, but because he needed to understand how magic had evolved during his absence. The current system was rigid, formulaic, bound by Latin incantations and precise wand movements. In his time, magic had been as natural as breathing, shaped by will and intent rather than words. At night, when the Dursleys slept, he practiced. Small spells at first, floating objects, transforming matchsticks into needles, but done wandlessly, wordlessly, as he had 5,000 years ago. The power came easier each time, muscle memory of a soul rather than a body. Hedwig watched these sessions with apparent approval, sometimes returning from her nightly hunts with small tokens, unusual feathers, peculiar stones, that Harry recognized as offerings to a sovereign. He accepted them with grave courtesy, understanding the ancient protocol at work. On September 1st, he convinced Uncle Vernon to drive him to King's Cross with minimal effort. His relatives had been walking on eggshells since Hagrid's visit, and Harry found he could now influence them with just the slightest pressure of will, not quite magic, but something older. The power of a king who had commanded with mere glances. At the station, he navigated to platform 9 3/4 with ease, having intuited the barrier's nature from his textbook's descriptions. As he approached the seemingly solid wall, he sensed the magic, simple but effective, a boundary spell designed to yield only to those with magical essence. The Hogwarts Express gleamed scarlet against the platform, steam billowing around the crowded station. Harry observed the dynamics at play, parents fussing over children, older students greeting friends, first-years looking lost or nervous. A family of redheads caught his attention, not just for their vibrant hair but for the magic that seemed to swirl around them, old magic, familiar somehow. The mother was helping her children board, a gaggle of boys and one small girl who wasn't yet school-age. As Harry loaded his trunk onto the train, one of the red-headed twins offered help. He accepted with a nod, studying them. Tricksters, he could tell immediately, but with steel beneath the mischief. In his kingdom, he'd had a pair of court jesters with similar auras, truth-tellers disguised as fools. "Thanks," he said as they hoisted his trunk into a compartment. "No problem," one twin replied. Then, noticing his forehead, "What's that?" "Blimey," said the other. "Are you?" "He is," said the first twin. "Aren't you?" "What?" Harry asked, feigning ignorance while measuring their reactions. "Harry Potter," they chorused. "Oh, him," Harry said dryly. "I mean, yes, I am." They gaped until their mother called them away. Harry settled into the empty compartment, watching the platform through the window. Moments later, the youngest red-headed boy appeared at the door. "Anyone sitting there?" he asked, pointing at the seat opposite Harry. "Everywhere else is full." "Not at all," Harry replied, gesturing welcomingly. First connections were important, this boy might prove useful. "I'm Ron." "Ron Weasley," the boy offered after settling in. "Harry Potter," he replied, now comfortable with the wide-eyed reaction that followed. They were soon joined by a girl with bushy hair and rather large front teeth, already wearing her Hogwarts robes. She spoke rapidly, introducing herself as Hermione Granger while looking for someone's lost toad. Something about her gave Harry pause. Behind the nervous energy and bookish demeanor, he sensed something familiar, a soul that perhaps he'd known before. He studied her more carefully as she rattled on about spells and houses. "I've tried a few simple spells just for practice and it's all worked for me," she was saying. "Nobody in my family's magic at all, it was ever such a surprise when I got my letter, but I was ever so pleased." Of course, a powerful magical core in a bloodline that hasn't expressed it for generations, Harry noted. "Interesting." When she left to continue her search, Ron muttered about her intensity. Harry merely shrugged. "Knowledge is power," he said, "though there are many forms of knowledge beyond books." The countryside flew past as the train carried them north. Harry listened to Ron explain the wizarding world from his perspective, filing away information about magical families and current politics. The hierarchy seemed quaint compared to the empire he'd once ruled, but the patterns were familiar: old families holding power, tensions between different magical philosophies. When the trolley came by, Harry bought a selection of everything, partially to examine the magical confections and partially as a diplomatic gesture toward Ron, whose embarrassment over his sandwich was obvious. Sharing resources to create obligation, a basic principle of kingcraft. The compartment door slid open again to reveal Draco Malfoy flanked by two larger boys with dull expressions. "Is it true?" Malfoy said. "They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment." "So it's you, is it?" "Yes," Harry replied, rising to his feet with fluid grace. He noted how Malfoy's eyes tracked the movement, registering something unusual in Harry's bearing. "This is Crabbe and Goyle," Draco said, nodding to his companions. "And I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." Ron coughed, poorly disguising a snigger. Draco's eyes flashed. "Think my name's funny, do you? No need to ask who you are. My father told me all the Weasleys have red hair, freckles, and more children than they can afford." Harry stepped forward smoothly, positioning himself between them. "We've met, Malfoy," he said calmly. "At Madame Malkin's." He could see calculations running behind Draco's eyes, the potential alliance with the famous Harry Potter weighed against the ingrained disdain for the Weasley family. "You'll soon find that some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there." Draco extended his hand, and Harry considered it thoughtfully. Refusing would create an enemy, accepting would alienate Ron. Neither served his purposes. Instead, Harry smiled slightly and said, "I appreciate the offer, Malfoy, but I prefer to judge people by their actions rather than their lineage. Perhaps at Hogwarts, we'll all have the opportunity to demonstrate our worth." It wasn't the response Draco expected. The blonde boy's hand remained extended for a moment before withdrawing, his expression confused rather than angry. "Have it your way, Potter." His tone was cooler, but not hostile. "You'll see I'm right, sooner or later." After they left, Ron looked at Harry with newfound respect. "That was brilliant. You didn't tell him off, but you didn't give in either." Harry shrugged. "Enemies are expensive. Better to keep options open." Ron's brow furrowed at the unusual phrasing, but he was distracted when Hermione returned, now talking about the approaching school and the houses where they might be sorted. As darkness fell and the train approached Hogsmeade Station, Harry felt a pull, a recognition of ancient magic growing stronger. When they disembarked, following Hagrid's booming call for first years, Harry got his first glimpse of Hogwarts Castle across the Black Lake. The sight struck him like a physical blow. Not because of the castle itself, impressive though it was, but because of what lay beneath it, foundations older than the school, older than recorded wizarding history. The remnants of Avalerion, his ancient seat of power. "Potter. You all right?" Hagrid's concerned voice broke through his shock. Harry realized he'd stopped walking, staring at the castle with an intensity that had drawn attention. "Fine," he managed. "It's just, impressive." That it is," Hagrid agreed. "For to a boat now, come on." As their small boat glided across the lake, Harry trailed his fingers through the water, feeling the magic that saturated this place. The giant squid rippled beneath them, rising just enough for one enormous eye to regard Harry before sinking back into the depths, another creature recognizing what human eyes could not see. They passed through a curtain of ivy into an underground harbor, then followed Hagrid up a passageway to emerge on smooth, damp grass in the shadow of the castle. Harry felt as if he were walking through a dream, or perhaps awakening from one. Each step brought him closer to his past, to his true self. Inside the entrance hall, a tall, black-haired witch in emerald green robes awaited them. Professor McGonagall, as Hagrid called her, had the air of someone not to be crossed. Harry assessed her immediately as a formidable power, principled, intelligent, and fiercely protective of what she considered hers. As she explained the sorting ceremony and house system, Harry noticed several ghosts drifting through the wall behind her. While the other first-years gasped, Harry studied the spirits with ancient eyes. These were not the powerful specters of his era, but diminished things, echoes bound to the physical world by regret or unfulfilled purpose. One ghost, a nobleman with a ruff and tights, suddenly stopped in mid-conversation, staring directly at Harry. The spirit's expression shifted from surprise to something like awe, then fear, before he hastily drifted away through the opposite wall. "He sees me," Harry thought. "Not the boy, but what lies within." McGonagall returned to lead them into the great hall, where thousands of candles floated beneath a ceiling bewitched to look like the night sky. Harry admired the enchantment even as he recognized how much more advanced the magic of his era had been. Still, there was beauty in this simplified approach. At the front of the hall sat the Sorting Hat upon a stool, a sentient magical artifact that, while not as old as Harry himself, had clearly existed for centuries. He could feel its consciousness, its accumulated wisdom. When Professor McGonagall began calling names, Harry observed each sorting with interest, noting which students the hat placed quickly and which required deliberation. He watched Hermione Granger practically run to the stool in her eagerness, the hat taking nearly a minute before declaring, "Gryffindor." Draco Malfoy swaggered forward when his name was called. The hat had barely touched his head when it screamed, "Slytherin." Finally, "Potter, Harry," was called, and whispers broke out across the hall. As Harry walked forward, he felt hundreds of eyes following his movement. The sensation was familiar. Once, he had addressed multitudes from his throne, commanding the attention of thousands. The last thing he saw before the hat dropped over his eyes was the hall full of people craning to get a good look at him. Then he was looking at the black inside of the hat, waiting. "Well, well, well," said a small voice in his ear. "What have we here? Oh my indeed. This is unprecedented." "You recognize me," Harry thought. "Recognize you? I was made from the magic of the founders, who built upon your foundation, Ancient One. I am but an echo of their wisdom, and they were but inheritors of your power. Then you know why I have returned. I can see the memories awakening within you, yes. 5,000 years, and now reborn as Harry Potter. The fates have a sense of humor, it seems. The Hat's voice grew serious. You have plans, old king. But this time, you are also human, a child who has known loss and hardship. That will change you. Where would you place me? The Hat chuckled. You could command me to place you anywhere, and I would obey. The question is, where will you best fulfill both your ancient purpose and your new destiny? Harry considered. Strategically, Slytherin offered connections to old families and their power. Ravenclaw would provide intellectual resources. Hufflepuff might seem the least useful, but loyalty was nothing to scorn. And Gryffindor. You need not just allies but friends, the Hat whispered. Not just subjects but equals. You were great once, but lonely in your greatness. Perhaps this time. Gryffindor, the Hat shouted to the hall. The table on the far right exploded with cheers. Harry removed the hat and walked toward his new house, aware of the Weasley twins shouting, "We got Potter! We got Potter!" As he sat down, he caught the eye of Professor Dumbledore at the high table. The old wizard raised his goblet slightly in Harry's direction, blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. Another piece on the board, Harry thought, and perhaps the most powerful in play. He turned his attention to the staff table, assessing each professor. His gaze lingered on a hook-nosed man with greasy black hair, who was looking at Harry with an expression of undisguised loathing. As their eyes met, a sharp pain shot across Harry's scar. Curious, he thought, filing away the reaction for later analysis. But the most disturbing presence was the nervous-looking young man in the purple turban, Professor Quirrell, according to Percy Weasley. It wasn't the professor himself that triggered Harry's instincts, but rather something, attached to him. A fragment, a parasite. Voldemort, Harry realized. Or what remains of him. More significantly, he sensed something else, a resonance, a familiarity that went beyond this life or even his previous one. Beneath Voldemort's fractured soul lay an energy pattern Harry had encountered before, thousands of years ago. One of them, he thought grimly. One of those who overthrew me, now diminished but still dangerous. The feast appeared on golden plates, momentarily distracting him. Harry ate methodically, participating in conversations around him while cataloging everything he observed. The ghosts, the enchanted ceiling, the hierarchy among students, all pieces of information to be assembled into a complete picture. When the feast ended, Dumbledore rose for announcements, including a warning about the third-floor corridor being off-limits. Harry's intuition flared. The Philosopher's Stone. I can sense its power from here, diluted, transformed, but fundamentally derived from the Heartstone of Avalerion. As the Gryffindors followed Percy through the castle, Harry traced the magical currents flowing beneath the stone floors. The castle's magic was layered, the most recent spells cast by the current staff, beneath that the enchantments of generations of headmasters, and deeper still the founding magic of Godric, Helga, Rowena, and Salazar. But below all of these, like bedrock, lay the primordial enchantments of Avalerion. The entire castle thrummed with the residual power of his ancient kingdom. No wonder Hogwarts was considered the strongest magical fortress in Britain. It was built on the ruins of what had once been the center of magical power for the entire world. In the Gryffindor dormitory, Harry claimed the four-poster bed farthest from the door, a defensive position with clear sightlines to all entrances. As his dorm-mates settled in, talking excitedly about their first day, Harry lay awake, planning. He would need to rebuild his strength gradually. Reclaim fragments of his power, like the Philosopher's Stone. Identify potential allies among students and staff. Watch for signs of his ancient enemies, now reincarnated like himself. Most importantly, he needed to understand this new world. Magic had evolved during his absence, becoming simultaneously more limited and more specialized. The old ways were forgotten, which could work to his advantage. No one would expect what he was capable of once his powers fully reawakened. Harry closed his eyes, focusing inward. At his core, the primordial energy that was his true essence pulsed steadily, growing stronger with each passing hour. He was Heraldr, the first sorcerer, the primordial king. And he had returned to claim his kingdom. Harry adapted to Hogwarts with calculated precision. While his classmates struggled with finding their way around the castle, he navigated its corridors as if guided by an internal map, which, in a sense, he was. The foundations of Avalerion sang to him, helping him rediscover passages and chambers that had existed long before Hogwarts was built. Classes presented an interesting challenge. He needed to demonstrate enough proficiency to avoid suspicion but not so much that he drew undue attention. In Transfiguration, he deliberately took 2 attempts to turn his match into a needle, earning an approving nod from Professor McGonagall for being one of the few to succeed at all. In Charms, he practiced the precise wand movements Professor Flitwick demonstrated while privately marveling at how wizards had limited themselves by relying on such structured techniques. The magic he remembered had been raw and instinctual, shaped by will rather than words. History of magic provided valuable context for how the magical world had evolved during his absence, though Professor Bin's droning delivery tested even Harry's patience. He supplemented these lessons with his own research in the library, particularly focused on the periods immediately following his original reign. The most problematic class was potions. From the moment Harry entered the dungeon classroom, Professor Snape fixed him with a gaze of pure loathing. When Snape began the session by questioning Harry about ingredients and mixtures, he faced a tactical decision. He could answer correctly, the knowledge was there, buried in his ancient memories, or he could play ignorant, reinforcing his image as an ordinary first year. He chose a middle path. "I don't know, sir," he replied to the first question about asphodel and wormwood. Then, when Snape sneered and asked about bezoars, "Something from a goat's stomach, I think. It counters poisons." Snape's eyes narrowed at the partial answer. "And the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane, Potter?" "They're the same plant, sir," Harry said quietly. "Also called aconite." The professor's lip curled. 1 out of 3, Potter. Clearly, fame isn't everything. Harry accepted the criticism without reaction, recognizing the test of character beneath the hostility. Snape was probing for weaknesses, for arrogance. In his previous life, Harry had executed courtiers for less disrespect, but he was not that being anymore, not entirely. This body, this life had changed him, tempered the ancient power with human experience. After class, Hermione Granger approached him in the corridor. "How did you know about monkshood and wolfsbane? It wasn't in our assigned readings." Harry shrugged. "I looked ahead in the textbook." She studied him with intelligent brown eyes. "No, you didn't. I've memorized the entire book, and that particular fact is mentioned in chapter 14, which discusses advanced ingredients. We're only assigned through chapter 7 for the term." Sharp, Harry thought. Dangerous, even. "Maybe I heard it somewhere else," he offered. "Maybe," she said, clearly unconvinced. "You're different, Harry Potter." "Not what I expected." "Different how?" "You move differently. Talk differently, sometimes. Like just now, maybe I heard it somewhere else," sounds like something a professor would say, not an 11-year-old boy. Harry regarded her thoughtfully. In his experience, it was often better to offer a partial truth than a complete lie. "I grew up in an unusual household. It affected me." Her expression softened. "I know about your parents. I've read about you in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts. Those books tell a story," Harry said carefully. "But not the whole story." Before she could respond, Ron Weasley joined them, still fuming about Snape's treatment of the Gryffindors. Harry welcomed the interruption, filing away his interaction with Hermione for later consideration. She was perceptive, perhaps too perceptive for his comfort at this stage. Flying lessons provided the first opportunity for Harry to display his physical capabilities without raising too many questions. When Neville Longbottom lost control of his broom and fell, breaking his wrist, Madam Hooch escorted him to the hospital wing, leaving the class with strict instructions not to fly. Predictably, Draco Malfoy seized Neville's forgotten Remembrall, taunting the Gryffindors. When he took to the air, Harry made a swift decision. This was a perfect chance to establish his credentials in a way that would seem natural, the son of James Potter, a Quidditch star, displaying inherited talent. He mounted the school broom smoothly, rising to Malfoy's level with effortless control. In truth, he'd never flown on a broomstick before, but he had soared on wings of pure magic in his previous life, commanding the very air currents. This crude wooden instrument was child's play in comparison. "Give it here, Malfoy," he called, "or I'll knock you off your broom." "Oh yeah?" Malfoy sneered, though he looked uncertain faced with Harry's confident hover. When Malfoy threw the Remembrall, Harry accelerated, the broom responding to his will more than his physical guidance. He caught the glass ball inches from McGonagall's window, executing a perfect turn that brought him gently back to earth. The professor's arrival and subsequent offer to join the Quidditch team served Harry's purposes perfectly. Not only did it establish him as exceptionally talented, but it also provided legitimate access to the Quidditch pitch, an area he had identified as sitting directly above one of Avalerian's most important ritual chambers. That evening, as his housemates celebrated his appointment as the youngest Seeker in a century, Harry slipped away to the library. In a secluded corner, he pored over ancient architectural texts, looking for references to the foundations upon which Hogwarts was built. "Restricted sections off-limits without a teacher's note," came a quiet voice. Harry looked up to find Hermione watching him. "I'm aware," he replied, gesturing to the perfectly acceptable architectural history open before him. "This is from the general stacks." She sat across from him. "Why are you researching the castle's construction?" "Curiosity. Don't you find it fascinating that we're living in a 1,000-year-old magical fortress?" Hermione's eyes lit up. "Yes. I've been reading Hogwarts, a history cover to cover. Did you know the foundations contain stone from an even earlier structure? The book doesn't say much about it, just that there are pre-Roman magical elements incorporated into the lower levels." Harry carefully controlled his expression. "Pre-Roman? How interesting." "The book mentions something called the Primordial stones but doesn't explain what they are." She frowned. "When I asked Professor Binns, he said it was just a legend." "Perhaps," Harry said noncommittally. "But legends often have kernels of truth." Hermione studied him again with that unsettlingly perceptive gaze. "You know something about this, don't you?" Harry met her eyes. "What makes you think that?" "Just a feeling." She hesitated. "Sometimes you get this look, like you're remembering something from very long ago." Too perceptive by half, Harry thought. But perhaps she could be useful. He needed someone intelligent who could help him research without understanding the true purpose. "I've been having dreams," he said, infusing his voice with just the right note of confusion. "About ancient magic. Stone circles and crystal towers. Probably nothing, stress from everything being so new." Hermione leaned forward eagerly. "Dreams can be significant in the magical world. There are documented cases of wizards having prophetic dreams or accessing ancestral memories." "Ancestral memories?" Harry raised an eyebrow, encouraging her. "It's a controversial theory, but some magical researchers believe that powerful magical bloodlines can carry memories across generations. It's mentioned in theories of transubstantial transfiguration." "Fascinating," Harry murmured. "I might look into that." "I could help," she offered, then blushed slightly. "I mean, if you wanted. I'm good at research." Harry smiled, the expression reaching his eyes more genuinely than usual. "I'd like that, Hermione." "Thank you. A potentially dangerous alliance, but one with considerable benefits." Besides, there was something about her that continued to tug at his ancient memories, a sense of familiarity he couldn't quite place. Halloween arrived with the scent of baking pumpkin permeating the castle. Harry had been anticipating this day with a mixture of emotions. In the old world, Samhain had been a time when the barriers between realms thinned, when primordial beings like himself could access their full powers. He'd also learned it was the anniversary of his parents' murder, a fact that affected him more deeply than he had expected. The human part of him, the boy who had grown up unloved and unwanted, mourned for James and Lily Potter with an ache that surprised his ancient consciousness. During Charms class, he deliberately partnered with Neville, leaving Ron to work with Hermione. Their personality clash was predictable, Ron's casual approach versus Hermione's perfectionism. When Ron insulted her after class and she fled in tears, Harry felt an unexpected surge of protectiveness. Later, at the Halloween feast, he noticed her absence immediately. Overhearing Parvati Patil mention that Hermione was crying in the girls' bathroom, Harry was about to suggest they check on her when Professor Quirrell burst into the hall. "Troll, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know." The professor then collapsed in a dead faint. Chaos erupted until Dumbledore restored order, sending students to their dormitories. As they filed out, Harry pulled Ron aside. "Hermione doesn't know about the troll," he said urgently. Ron bit his lip. "Oh, all right. But Percy'd better not see us." They slipped away from the Gryffindors, hurrying toward the girls' bathroom. Harry moved with purpose, his senses extended. He could feel the troll's presence, a dull, lumbering consciousness radiating aggression, and tracked its movement through the castle. "It's not in the dungeons anymore," he said. "It's on this floor." "How do you," Ron began, then gagged. "Ugh, that smell." They rounded the corner to see the troll shuffling into a doorway, the very bathroom where Hermione was hiding. Harry assessed the situation with ancient tactical precision. The troll was 12 feet tall, its skin granite gray and thick enough to repel most basic spells. Its tiny head sat atop a massive body, armed with a huge wooden club that could shatter stone. In his previous life, he would have unmade such a creature with a thought. Now, limited by an 11-year-old's magical core, he needed a different approach. "Ron, I need you to distract it. Make noise, get its attention. I'll get Hermione." Before Ron could protest, Harry darted forward. The troll had already cornered Hermione, who was shrinking against the wall in terror. As Ron began throwing debris and yelling, Harry slipped past the creature's legs, reaching Hermione's side. "When I say move, run for the door," he whispered. The troll roared, swinging its club at Ron, who barely dodged. Harry focused, calling on his most basic power, elemental control. With a sharp gesture, he sent a blast of wind at the troll's face, momentarily blinding it. "Move," he shouted, pushing Hermione toward the exit. The troll recovered quickly, its club descending toward them. Harry reacted instinctively, not with the limited magic of a first year, but with the reflexes of a being who had commanded armies. He stepped in front of Hermione, raised his hand, and caught the club. For a suspended moment, the impossible tableau held, a small boy stopping a weapon that should have crushed him. Harry's eyes flashed with ancient power as he channeled strength through his young body. Then, realizing his mistake, he redirected the energy, making it appear that he had dodged and that the club had struck the ground. The impact shattered the stone floor, giving him a moment to recover while the troll struggled to free its weapon. "Ron," he called. "The levitation charm, together." Understanding dawned on Ron's face. They both raised their wands, shouting Wingardium Leviosa, in unison. The club wrenched free and rose high above the troll's head, then dropped with devastating force onto its own skull. The creature swayed, then collapsed with a thud that shook the room. "Is it dead?" Hermione asked, her voice small. "Just knocked out," Harry replied, quickly assessing the troll's life force. He turned to his friends with a reassuring smile, but froze at Hermione's expression. She was staring at him with wide eyes, her face pale. "Harry, she whispered. Your eyes. Before he could respond, a sudden rush of footsteps announced the arrival of professors. McGonagall burst in first, followed by Snape and Quirrell. The latter took one look at the troll and let out a faint whimper. As McGonagall demanded explanations, Harry was intensely aware of two things: Snape's calculating gaze fixed on him, and the dark energy emanating from Quirrell, or rather, from what resided within him. The parasite that was Voldemort seemed suddenly alert, focused on Harry with malevolent attention. Hermione surprised them all by taking responsibility, claiming she had gone looking for the troll and that Harry and Ron had saved her. McGonagall deducted points from her and awarded some to the boys before dismissing them. As they walked back to Gryffindor Tower, Hermione fell into step beside Harry. We need to talk, she murmured. Tomorrow. He nodded, knowing this conversation was inevitable. She had seen something, perhaps the momentary manifestation of his true nature. How he handled this would determine whether Hermione Granger became his greatest ally or his first modern adversary. Meanwhile, Ron chatted excitedly about their triumph, oblivious to the undercurrents. Did you see me levitate that club? Bloody brilliant. Harry smiled, allowing the boy his moment. We make a good team, he said, including Hermione with a glance. From that moment on, Hermione Granger was their friend. Some bonds, it seemed, transcended even the barriers between mortal and primordial. As Harry lay in bed that night, he contemplated this development. Human connections were affecting him in ways he hadn't anticipated. The ancient king had stood alone, above his subjects. Harry Potter was finding strength in fellowship. It was a curious evolution, and one he found himself embracing. As November brought bitter cold to the castle grounds, Harry divided his attention between several objectives. First was Quidditch. His position as Seeker provided not only cover for his exceptional abilities but also access to the area above the buried heart chamber of Avalerion. Second was monitoring Quirrell and, by extension, the fragment of Voldemort he harbored. Harry had confirmed his suspicions that Voldemort was after the Philosopher's Stone, though the Dark Lord didn't understand its true significance. To him, it was merely a means to restore his body. He had no idea the stone was actually a fragment of the Heartstone of Avalerion, the central power source of Harry's ancient kingdom. Third was Hermione. Following the troll incident, she had confronted him privately. Your eyes changed color, she said without preamble. They glowed. And you stopped that club, I saw you, before it hit the ground. Harry had considered several responses before settling on a partial truth. I don't fully understand it myself, he admitted. Sometimes, things happen around me. Things I can't explain. Beyond normal magic. Perhaps. I've had strange dreams my whole life, memories that don't feel like mine. Places I've never been, people I've never met. He paused. You mentioned ancestral memory before. I've been researching it. Hermione's expression shifted from suspicion to intellectual curiosity. Have you found anything? Some references to magical bloodlines carrying echoes of their most powerful ancestors. The Peverils, for instance, supposedly passed down an affinity for death magic. And the Potters are connected to the Peverils, Hermione said, proving she'd done her own research. I found that in Nature's Nobility, a wizarding genealogy. Harry nodded. I don't know what's happening to me, Hermione. But I trust you. If you notice anything unusual, will you tell me? It was a masterful approach, establishing trust by appearing to need her help, while simultaneously explaining away any future slips. Hermione had readily agreed, even suggesting they research ancient magical bloodlines together. And that led to his fourth objective, the library's restricted section. There, he suspected, lay books that might contain references to Avalerion and the Primordial Age. Access required a teacher's signature, but Harry had identified a more direct approach. Which was why, on a frosty November night, Harry slipped from his dormitory beneath his newly acquired invisibility cloak, Dumbledore's Christmas gift, though Harry recognized it immediately as one of his own creations from the old world. The Cloak of Invisibility, one of the 3 hallows he had created and gifted to the Peveril brothers thousands of years ago. The irony that it had found its way back to him was not lost on Harry. More significantly, it represented a fraction of his original power, now restored to his possession. Wearing it felt like reclaiming a piece of himself. Under its protection, he moved silently through the castle, avoiding Filch and Mrs. Norris with ease. The library doors yielded to a whispered unlocking charm, and soon he stood among the chained books of the restricted section. He began methodically examining titles, his fingers trailing over ancient spines. Most contained dark magic far less impressive than what he once commanded, but he was searching for something specific, any reference to Avalerian, the Primordial Age, or the First Sorcerer. A slim volume bound in faded blue leather caught his attention. Echoes of the First Age, Myths and Realities by Ignotus Peveril. Harry carefully removed it from the shelf, recognizing the name of the youngest brother to whom he'd gifted the cloak. As he opened the book, he felt a resonance, magic recognizing magic. Ignotus had written this work in his final years, recording what he remembered of the being who had gifted him the cloak. I met him but once, the text began, the being who called himself Heraldr. Yet in that brief encounter, I glimpsed eternity. He spoke of a kingdom lost to time, of magic in its purest form, of a betrayal that sundered the very foundations of power. Harry's heart quickened. Here was a direct account, preserved through centuries. He continued reading Ignotus's descriptions of Heraldr's appearance, eyes that shifted color with his mood, hair like spun midnight, and the power he commanded. He raised his hand, and reality bent to his will. Most valuable was a passage describing the fall of Avalerian. According to Heraldr, his kingdom was betrayed from within. 7 of his most trusted counselors, consumed by jealousy of his eternal nature, conspired with entities from beyond the veil, beings of pure destruction that promised the conspirators a share of their master's power. In the final battle, Heraldr's physical form was destroyed, his essence scattered across time. Yet he promised to return when the 7 stars of the crown aligned once more, a celestial event occurring every 5 millennia. Harry closed the book carefully, his suspicions confirmed. The entity inhabiting Quirrell was one of the 7 betrayers, now diminished but still dangerous. And the alignment Ignotus mentioned was approaching, the reason for Harry's rebirth in this particular era. A noise from the library entrance startled him from his thoughts. He quickly replaced the book, ensuring it sat exactly as he'd found it, then wrapped the cloak tightly around himself. Filch entered, lantern held high, Mrs. Norris prowling at his feet. "I know you're in here," the caretaker wheezed. "You can't hide." Harry remained perfectly still, controlling even his breathing. The cat approached his position, yellow eyes seeming to stare directly at him despite the cloak's protection. "She senses me, but cannot see me," Harry realized. Animals perceive the primordial energy. He focused, suppressing his aura until it matched the background magic of Hogwarts. Mrs. Norris hesitated, then turned away, losing interest. Filch, muttering darkly, followed his pet from the library. Harry waited until their footsteps receded before moving again. Rather than risk further detection, he decided to return to Gryffindor Tower. The information he'd gained was significant enough for one night. As he navigated the darkened corridors, Harry sensed a powerful magical presence ahead. He slowed, then stopped as Dumbledore came into view, seemingly patrolling the halls himself. The headmaster paused, looking directly at where Harry stood concealed. For a heart-stopping moment, Harry thought he had been discovered. Then Dumbledore smiled faintly and continued walking, passing within inches of the invisible boy. He knows, Harry thought. Perhaps not everything, but enough. The encounter reinforced Harry's assessment of Dumbledore as the most dangerous chess piece on the board, not an enemy, necessarily, but a player with his own agenda and the power to interfere with Harry's plans. Back in his dormitory, Harry lay awake, processing what he'd learned. The 7 betrayers had survived, in some form, across the millennia. Voldemort was linked to one of them, perhaps unwittingly serving as its vessel while believing himself the master. The Philosopher's Stone, a fragment of the Heartstone, was hidden within Hogwarts, its power calling to Harry like a beacon. Reclaiming it would significantly accelerate his restoration. And the alignment Ignotus mentioned was approaching, the celestial event that would allow Harry to fully reclaim his primordial power. By his calculations, it would occur near the end of the school year, a cosmic deadline for his preparations. Harry rolled onto his side, looking out the window at the star-filled sky. The crown constellation glimmered faintly, its 7 stars not yet in the perfect alignment that would mark the culmination of his rebirth. But they were moving, inexorably, toward that configuration. Time was both his ally and his enemy now. He needed to strengthen his position, gather his resources, and identify his ancient enemies before they realized who and what he truly was. Soon, he thought, watching the stars. Soon I will reclaim what was lost. And this time, I will not fall to betrayal. Spring brought new growth to the Hogwarts grounds and new developments in Harry's quest. Through careful research, he'd identified several key locations within the castle that corresponded to power nexuses of ancient Avalerian. The most significant was directly beneath the third-floor corridor, the one Dumbledore had forbidden at the start of term. Not coincidentally, this was where the Philosopher's Stone was hidden, protected by a series of obstacles designed by the Hogwarts professors. Harry had also been monitoring Quirrell, noting the professor's deteriorating physical condition as the parasite within him grew stronger. The fragment of Voldemort was consuming its host, drawing on his life force to sustain itself. More concerning was Harry's certainty that Voldemort was not acting alone. The dark energy surrounding him resonated with ancient malice, the essence of one of the 7 betrayers, using Voldemort as it had once used others throughout history. This entity had likely been influencing dark wizards for millennia, seeking a way to prevent Harry's eventual return. The unicorns, Hermione said one morning at breakfast, pointing to an article in the Daily Prophet. Third one found dead this month. That's not natural, unicorns are incredibly resilient magical creatures. Harry examined the article, his suspicions growing. Where were they found? The Forbidden Forest, she replied. Hagrid's been tracking whatever's killing them. Ron shuddered. Nasty business. Dad says nothing hunts unicorns, they're too pure. Unless something desperately needs their blood, Harry said quietly. Unicorn blood can sustain life, even if someone is inches from death. Hermione looked at him sharply. That's not in our textbooks. I've been doing extra reading, Harry replied smoothly. In truth, he remembered unicorns from his first life, they had been allies of Avalerian, their magic complementary to his own. But unicorn blood carries a terrible curse, Hermione continued, proving she'd done her own research. Anyone who slays something so pure and drinks its blood is doomed to a half-life. Unless they have something better waiting, Harry mused. A more permanent solution. Their eyes met in understanding. The Philosopher's Stone, Hermione whispered. Ron looked between them. You think someone's killing unicorns to stay alive until they can steal the stone? Harry nodded. And I think we know who. That evening, they discussed their theory in the empty common room. Hermione had compiled evidence of Quirrell's suspicious behavior, while Harry shared carefully edited versions of what he'd sensed about the professor. We should tell Dumbledore, Hermione insisted. He already knows, Harry replied. Think about it, the stone was at Gringotts, the safest place in Britain. Then Dumbledore moves it to Hogwarts right when Quirrell returns from abroad. He's using it as bait. Ron frowned. Bait? You mean he's trying to catch you-know-who? Or confirm he's still active, Harry said. Either way, the stone is protected. Dumbledore wouldn't leave something that valuable vulnerable. But what if Quirrell actually manages to steal it? Hermione pressed. Harry smiled grimly. Then we'll have to stop him ourselves. He had private reasons for wanting to handle the situation personally. The stone was a fragment of his original power source, it belonged to him by ancient right. More importantly, confronting Voldemort would reveal whether his suspicions about the betrayer's influence were correct. As exams approached, Harry balanced his academic responsibilities with his covert investigations. Through discreet questioning of Hagrid, they learned about the three-headed dog guarding the stone, a descendant of Cerberus, Harry noted, another creature from his era, and the contributions of each professor to the protective enchantments. The pieces were falling into place. The final confrontation would come soon. Harry could feel it in the accelerating alignment of the crown constellation and in the increasing agitation of Quirrell's parasite. The night after their final exam, Harry's scar erupted in pain during dinner, a direct resonance between his primordial essence and the ancient enemy hiding behind Voldemort's fragment. He knew with sudden certainty that tonight was the night Quirrell would make his move. "He's going after the stone," he told Ron and Hermione urgently. "Tonight. Dumbledore's gone," Hermione realized. "He left for London this afternoon," it was announced at lunch. "Perfect timing," Harry said grimly. "Too perfect." "McGonagall, then," Ron suggested. "We'll tell her." They tried, but the deputy headmistress dismissed their concerns with irritation. "The stone is perfectly well protected. Now, I suggest you all go outside and enjoy the sunshine." "That went well," Ron muttered as they retreated. Harry made his decision. "We're going after the stone ourselves. Tonight." They planned carefully, waiting until their dorm mates were asleep before slipping out beneath the invisibility cloak. The third-floor corridor was locked, but yielded easily to Hermione's Alohomora. Inside, Fluffy the three-headed dog growled menacingly until Harry began to hum. The melody was ancient, a lullaby from Avalerian that had soothed far more dangerous beasts. The dog's 6 eyes drooped almost immediately. "Blimey," Ron whispered. "How did you know that would work?" "Hagrid mentioned music soothes him," Harry replied, omitting that he had composed the particular tune 5 millennia earlier. "Look, a trapdoor." They descended into darkness, landing on something soft and yielding that Hermione quickly identified as Devil's Snare. As the plant began to constrict around them, she conjured flames that sent it recoiling. The next chamber contained flying keys and broomsticks. Harry mounted one, his ancient affinity for flight making the task simple despite the key's evasive patterns. He caught the correct one swiftly, impressing even himself with how naturally his body responded. "You really are a natural flyer," Hermione commented as they unlocked the door. If only she knew I once had wings of light, Harry thought. They entered a massive chamber containing a giant chessboard. Ron took charge, directing them as pieces in the life-sized game. His strategic mind proved invaluable, though the victory came at a cost. Ron himself was struck down in the final move. "Go on," he urged from the floor, wincing. "I'll be okay, you have to stop Quirrell." Harry and Hermione continued through a room with a knocked-out troll. "Looks like Quirrell handled this one," Harry noted, and into a chamber where flames sprang up around them. A table held 7 bottles and a riddle. Hermione solved it quickly. "This one goes forward, this one back." "There's only enough for one person to go forward, Harry." He nodded. "Then I'll go." "You go back, get Ron, send word to Dumbledore." She hesitated, then hugged him fiercely. "Harry, be careful. There's something about you, something special. I don't fully understand it, but I believe in you." The simple declaration touched something in Harry that went beyond his ancient nature. "Thank you, Hermione," he said softly. "That means more than you know." After she departed, Harry drank the potion and stepped through the black flames, entering the final chamber. There, as expected, stood Professor Quirrell before the mirror of Eriste. "I wondered if I'd be seeing you, Potter," Quirrell said without turning, his voice lacking its usual stutter. "The act is over, then," Harry replied calmly, moving forward. "No more pretending to be the frightened, stuttering professor." Quirrell turned, a cold smile on his face. "Clever boy. So perceptive, and yet you still walked into my trap." "Did I?" Harry tilted his head. Or did you walk into mine? Confusion flashed across Quirrell's features before he masked it with disdain. Brave words from a child. Tell me, how did you know it was me and not Snape? Snape is many things, but he's not a vessel for parasites, Harry said, his gaze unwavering. You, however, carry something with you, something old and dark. Quirrell's eyes widened. What do you know of, let me speak to him, came a high, cold voice from somewhere beyond Quirrell. Master, you are not strong enough. I have strength enough for this. Harry watched impassively as Quirrell unwrapped his turban, revealing a second face growing from the back of his head, pale, with glaring red eyes and slits for nostrils, like a snake. Harry Potter, the face breathed. See what I have become. Shadow and vapor, forced to share another's body. Unicorn blood has strengthened me, but the elixir of life will restore my body. Now, why don't you give me that stone in your pocket? Harry felt a weight against his thigh and realized with surprise that the philosopher's stone had somehow transferred to him. The mirror must have given it to him when he entered. He could feel its power calling to him, recognizing its true master. You sense it, don't you? He asked, studying Voldemort's grotesque features. But you don't understand what it really is. Give it to me. Voldemort hissed. You're being used, Harry continued, circling slowly. The thing that helped you survive death, it's not serving you, but itself. It's been using dark wizards for thousands of years, trying to prevent something it fears. Voldemort's expression contorted. What nonsense is this? I am Lord Voldemort. No one uses me. Vranos does, Harry said softly, naming the ancient betrayer he now recognized. The Shadow of the Seven, who turned against his king for power. The effect of the name was instantaneous. Voldemort's red eyes widened in shock, and something else flickered behind them, something older, suddenly alert. Heraldr, Voldemort's mouth spoke, but the voice was different, deeper, resonant with ancient malice. After all these millennia, you have returned. Harry smiled coldly. Did you think I wouldn't? The cycle completes, Vranos. The crown aligns once more. In the body of a child. Vranos laughed using Voldemort's face. Even with the stone, you are but a fraction of what you were. I have prepared for this day, old king. Why do you think I attached myself to the wizard who marked you? I've been shaping your destruction since before your rebirth. Yet here I stand, Harry replied, drawing himself up. Though his body was small, in that moment he seemed to grow, an aura of ancient power surrounding him. And I have what you lack, understanding of this new world, allies who stand with me willingly rather than through possession. Sentiment. Your eternal weakness. Vranos snarled. Quirrell, seize him. The professor lunged forward. Harry dodged, but Quirrell caught his wrist. Immediately, the man screamed as his flesh began to blister and crack where it contacted Harry's skin. Master! I cannot hold him, my hands, my hands. Then kill him, fool! Vranos roared. Harry knew his advantage instantly. His mother's sacrifice had created a protection that neither Voldemort nor the ancient entity could overcome. More significantly, his own awakening primordial essence was reacting to Lily Potter's love magic, amplifying it into a weapon against the darkness. As Quirrell raised his wand, Harry did something counterintuitive. He rushed forward, pressing his hands against the professor's face. The man screamed as his skin cracked and turned to ash beneath Harry's touch. No! Vranos howled as his vessel disintegrated. Harry pressed his advantage, channeling both his mother's protection and his own awakening power through the physical contact. Quirrell collapsed, body crumbling like ancient parchment. From the disintegrating form rose a wraith, two entities intertwined. The smaller, more recent one was Voldemort's soul fragment. The larger, darker presence was something far older, a shadowy approximation of a being that had once been nearly Harry's equal in power. This isn't over, Heraldr, Vranos hissed as the composite wraith hovered above Quirrell's remains. The others are awakening too. We will destroy you before you reclaim your throne. You are welcome to try, Harry replied, standing tall despite his exhaustion. But remember what happened to those who stood against me in the First Age. The wraith screamed in fury, then fled through the wall, leaving Harry alone with the Philosopher's Stone clutched in his hand. He stared down at it, feeling the resonance with his true nature. A fragment of the Heartstone of Avalerian, crafted by Nicholas Flamel from remnants he could never have fully understood. Harry closed his fingers around it, absorbing its energy. The stone didn't dissolve so much as merge with him, its power flowing into his core, strengthening the primordial essence that had been slowly awakening all year. He swayed, overwhelmed by the surge of ancient power. It wasn't complete restoration, far from it, but it was a significant step. With the stone's energy, he could accelerate his preparations for the coming conflict with the 7 betrayers. Footsteps echoed in the corridor outside. Harry quickly composed himself, adopting the appearance of an exhausted but triumphant 11-year-old boy. When Dumbledore burst into the chamber, he found Harry sitting beside the ashes of Quirrell, looking appropriately traumatized. "Harry! Are you all right?" The headmaster knelt beside him, blue eyes scanning for injuries. "Professor," Harry said weakly. "Quirrell. Voldemort he was possessing him." "I know, my boy. Rest now. Help has arrived." As Dumbledore gathered him up, Harry allowed himself to go limp, playing the part of the brave child who had faced horrors beyond his understanding. But behind his closed eyes, he smiled. The first battle in his war of reclamation had been won. He had faced one of the 7 and emerged victorious. He had reclaimed a fragment of his power source. And most importantly, he had confirmed what he suspected: the ancient enemies who had overthrown him were returning, preparing for the final confrontation when the crown aligned. Let them come, Harry thought as Dumbledore carried him from the chamber. This time, I will be ready. For the Primordial King had returned. And his kingdom awaited. Chapter 2, The Gathering Storm. Summer at Privet Drive was a prison of mundanity. Harry sat cross-legged on his bed, eyes closed, breathing rhythmic as he searched within himself for the power that had surged through him when he absorbed the Philosopher's Stone. The energy remained, pulsing at his core like a second heartbeat, but accessing it proved frustrating. His 12-year-old body simply couldn't channel the full magnitude of his primordial essence. A soft hoot from Hedwig broke his concentration. The snowy owl watched him with understanding eyes, the only being in this ordinary house who recognized what he truly was. "Patience has never been my virtue," Harry told her with a wry smile. Even 5,000 years ago. Memories of his confrontation with Vranos lingered. The ancient betrayer had recognized him instantly, confirming Harry's suspicion that his enemies were already moving against him. He needed to accelerate his plans, but the Dursley's house arrest and the Ministry's prohibition against underage magic hampered his efforts. Or they would have, if he relied solely on wand magic. Harry extended his hand toward his school trunk, focusing on the lock. No incantation, no wand, just pure will channeled through the growing core of primordial energy within him. The lock clicked open. "Better," he murmured. The Ministry's trace detected wand usage, not the older, deeper magic he was slowly reclaiming. He withdrew a parchment map he'd been creating, a schematic of Hogwarts overlaid with the foundations of ancient Avalerian. Key power points were marked in ink visible only to him, locations where the boundaries between present and past grew thin. The Chamber of Secrets was among them, though he hadn't yet located its entrance. Yes, he knew of the chamber. In his previous life, it had been the Heart Sanctum, where he conducted his most powerful rituals. Salazar Slytherin had merely rediscovered it, claiming it as his own creation when in reality, he'd barely scratched the surface of its true purpose. A distant thud from downstairs signaled Uncle Vernon returning home. Harry carefully rewrapped the parchment and concealed it beneath a loose floorboard. His relatives had been relatively tolerable this summer, their fear of his abnormality heightened by his return from a year of magical education. "Boy!" Vernon bellowed up the stairs. Get down here. Harry sighed, centering himself. Royal composure, he whispered, a mantra from his previous life. In Avalerian, he'd commanded armies with a glance. He could certainly handle Vernon Dursley. Downstairs, he found his uncle purpling with suppressed rage. Explain this. Vernon thrust a formal-looking letter toward him. Harry scanned it quickly, his expression remaining neutral. An invitation to the Malfoy family's midsummer gala, one of the wizarding world's most prestigious social events. Interesting that Draco had chosen to extend the invitation to Privet Drive rather than by Owl. It's an invitation from a schoolmate, Harry replied calmly. These people want you at some sort of gathering? At a manor? Vernon's mustache twitched with confusion. Since when do your kind have manners? Harry raised an eyebrow at your kind, but let it pass. The Malfoys are an ancient and wealthy family. Their son Draco is in my year at Hogwarts. You're not going, Vernon declared automatically. Actually, I think it would be best if I did, Harry said, infusing his voice with just enough of his ancient authority to make Vernon hesitate. The Malfoys are extremely influential. Declining their invitation would be unwise. Vernon's eyes narrowed. Are you threatening me, boy? Not at all. I'm simply pointing out that the Malfoys aren't accustomed to being refused. Harry allowed a hint of a smile. Besides, wouldn't you and Aunt Petunia enjoy a weekend without me in the house? The event includes an overnight stay. That sealed it. The promise of a Harry-free weekend outweighed Vernon's reflexive opposition to anything magical. Permission was grudgingly granted, along with a warning not to mention the M-word to Petunia. Back in his room, Harry re-examined the invitation. The Malfoy family crest, a dragon and serpent entwined, tickled another ancient memory. A similar emblem had belonged to a noble house of Avalerian, advisors to his council. Could there be a connection, bloodlines carrying forward across millennia? More importantly, why had Draco invited him? They'd established a cautious mutual respect during the previous year, but hardly friendship. This was a strategic move on the Malfoy heir's part, but to what end? Only one way to find out, Harry thought, penning his acceptance. The question of how he would reach Wiltshire was answered 3 days later when a sleek black car with tinted windows pulled up outside number 4. The driver, a wizard in Muggle attire, handed Vernon a typed note explaining that Mr. Potter would be transported safely and return Sunday evening. Didn't realize your lot used cars, Vernon muttered, clearly disappointed by the perfectly normal vehicle. Harry suppressed a smile. We're full of surprises. The interior of the car was magically expanded, the seats plush leather, the air pleasantly cool despite the summer heat outside. As they pulled away, the driver spoke without turning. Mr. Potter, Mr. Malfoy instructed me to inform you that several prominent families will be attending tonight's gathering. He suggests you consider it an opportunity to establish beneficial connections. How thoughtful of him, Harry replied, reading between the lines. This wasn't merely a social event, it was a political maneuver. Draco was introducing Harry to pure-blood society, perhaps testing where the boy who lived might stand in the coming conflicts. The journey passed in comfortable silence. Harry spent it planning his approach, considering which of his abilities he could safely display and which must remain hidden. The absorption of the Philosopher's Stone had accelerated his magical development, but he needed to be careful, showing too much power too soon would attract dangerous attention. Malfoy Manor emerged from behind elegant wrought iron gates, its medieval architecture imposing against the twilight sky. Albino peacocks roamed immaculate grounds as the car crunched up the gravel drive, stopping before impressive stone steps. Draco awaited him at the entrance, dressed in formal black robes with silver embroidery. Potter, he greeted with a slight nod. You came. Malfoy, Harry returned the nod. Thank you for the invitation. It was unexpected. A thin smile crossed Draco's pointed face. Let's just say I'm curious where you fit in the greater scheme of things. He gestured toward the manor doors. My parents are eager to meet the famous Harry Potter. The entrance hall was magnificent, marble floors, portraits of platinum blonde ancestors, and crystal chandeliers casting dancing light across the scene. A house elf bowed low, taking Harry's overnight bag. Potter. A new voice called, and Harry turned to see Blaise Zabini approaching, another Slytherin from their year. Didn't expect to see you here. Malfoy was kind enough to invite me, Harry replied smoothly. Zabini's eyes flickered between them, assessing. Interesting. Mother will want to meet you. Draco led them deeper into the manor. Harry observed everything with careful attention, not just the obvious opulence, but the subtle magical currents flowing through the building. Old enchantments layered over centuries, protective wards interwoven with family magics. In the main drawing room, dozens of wizards and witches conversed in elegant robes, crystal glasses in hand. Harry recognized the pattern immediately. This was a court gathering, no different in essence from those he'd held in Avalerian. The powerful demonstrating their status, the ambitious seeking favor, alliances forming and fracturing over canapes and champagne. Ah, here's Father, Draco said, guiding Harry toward a tall man with the same white blonde hair, though longer and tied back with a black ribbon. Lucius Malfoy turned, his cold grey eyes assessing Harry with undisguised interest. Mr. Potter. What an honor to have you in our home. Harry met his gaze steadily. The honor is mine, Mr. Malfoy. Your home is impressive. Yes, it has been in the family for many generations. Lucius gestured with his serpent-headed cane. Magical heritage is something to be preserved and respected, wouldn't you agree? The question was a test, establishing whether Harry subscribed to blood purist ideology. He navigated it carefully. I believe all magic has its value and purpose, Mr. Malfoy. The new cannot exist without the old, nor the old survive without renewal. Lucius's eyebrow arched slightly, surprised by the diplomatic response from a 12-year-old. Well put. I understand you were raised by muggles. A challenging environment for a wizard of your stature, I imagine. Every environment offers its own lessons, Harry replied. Though I admit I find the wizarding world more aligned with my nature. Indeed. Lucius studied him with new interest. Draco, why don't you introduce Mr. Potter to our other guests? I'm sure many would be eager to make his acquaintance. What followed was a calculated social circuit. Draco presented Harry to a series of influential families, the Greengrasses, Knotts, Parkinsons, and others whose names carried weight in wizarding politics. Harry recognized the exercise for what it was, Lucius using him as a litmus test, observing how the boy who lived interacted with traditional pure-blood society and, more importantly, how they responded to him. Most interesting was Daphne Greengrass, a Slytherin in their year whom Harry had hardly noticed previously. She carried herself with a quiet confidence that set her apart from giggling Pansy Parkinson or haughty Millicent Bulstrode. Potter, she greeted, her blue eyes assessing. I understand you topped our defense class last year. I have an affinity for it, Harry acknowledged. Defensive magic, or the broader subject matter, she asked, surprising him with her perception. Both have their applications, he replied carefully. A small smile curved her lips. Indeed they do. Have you read Montague's Theoretical Approaches to Magical Conflict? I found his perspective on preemptive defensive strategies particularly interesting. Harry hadn't, but recognized the work as advanced magical theory well beyond their year. I haven't had the pleasure. Perhaps you might elaborate on his key arguments. Their conversation continued, moving from magical theory to more general topics. Harry found himself genuinely engaged. Daphne possessed a sharp intellect and subtle wit that made her excellent company. More intriguingly, something about her resonated with his ancient memories, though he couldn't quite place the connection. You should visit the Greengrass estate before summer's end, she suggested as they parted. Our library contains several rare volumes on defensive magic that might interest you. I'd like that, Harry replied, and meant it. As the evening progressed, Harry became aware of being observed. not just by the guests, but by Narcissa Malfoy, who watched him with a calculating gaze that missed nothing. When dinner was announced, he found himself seated between Draco and Theodore Nott, with Daphne directly across the table. The meal was exquisite, served by silent house elves on china so fine it seemed translucent. Conversation flowed around topics carefully calibrated to reveal political alignments without explicit declarations: ministry policies, Hogwarts governance, international magical cooperation. Harry participated sparingly but effectively, offering perspectives that were neither plainly pro-Dumbledore nor aligned with pureblood supremacy. He sensed confusion from many adults, who had clearly expected James Potter's son to be either an outspoken Gryffindor champion of Muggleborns or easily swayed by their own influence. "You're nothing like I expected, Potter," Theo Nott murmured as they sampled dessert. "In what way?" Harry asked. "You don't speak like someone raised by Muggles. You carry yourself differently." Theo's eyes narrowed. "Almost like you've been taught pure-blood etiquette." "Perhaps some behaviors are innate rather than learned," Harry suggested. Draco, overhearing, snorted. "Nothing about proper wizarding behavior is innate, Potter. It's cultivated through generations. And yet magic itself is often inherited unexpectedly," Harry countered. "Why not the inclinations that accompany it?" The question sparked a broader discussion around the table about magical inheritance and blood purity. Harry observed the reactions, noting which adults seemed intrigued by his perspective and which dismissive. After dinner, the gathering moved to the ballroom for music and more conversation. Harry found himself approached by various adults with seemingly casual questions that probed his knowledge, attitudes, and connections. He handled each with diplomatic skill that belied his age, neither alienating the traditional families nor compromising his own principles. Later, as guests began departing, Lucius drew Harry aside. "Mr. Potter, you've made quite an impression this evening. Several families have expressed interest in continuing our association." "I'm honored," Harry replied. "Though I confess I'm curious about the timing of this introduction to Wizarding Society." Lucius's lips curled slightly. "Perceptive. Let us say that changes are coming to Hogwarts this year, changes that may clarify where certain loyalties should lie. And you thought it prudent to establish a connection before these changes manifest?" "Something like that." Lucius studied him with renewed interest. "You're not what I expected, Mr. Potter." "I get that impression often, sir." A house elf appeared, informing them that Harry's room was prepared. As he followed the creature upstairs, Harry reflected on the evening's revelations. Lucius's cryptic warning about changes at Hogwarts, combined with the calculated introduction to pure-blood society, suggested something significant was planned. More importantly, he'd identified several families with potential connections to ancient Avalerian. The Greengrasses, in particular, carried an energy signature that resonated with his memories, not direct descendants of his royal court, perhaps, but possibly related to one of the noble houses that had supported his rule. In his assigned guest room, opulent with its four-poster bed and antique furnishings, Harry performed a careful sweep for monitoring charms. Finding 3, he neutralized them with a wave of wandless magic before unpacking his small overnight bag. From a hidden pocket, he removed a leather-bound journal and a peculiar instrument resembling a compass with 7 rotating dials. He placed the device on the window sill, where it immediately oriented itself, the dials spinning until they aligned with specific stars in the night sky. "Closer," he noted, observing the configuration. "The alignment of the crown approaches." He made precise notations in his journal, recording the positions relative to his calculations. According to his estimates, the perfect alignment, and the peak of his potential power restoration, would occur in late spring, coinciding with the end of the school year. A soft knock interrupted his work. Harry quickly concealed both items before opening the door to find Draco, now in more casual evening robes. "Thought you might like a proper tour," the blond boy offered. "The parts of the manor not on display for the common guests." Harry considered the invitation. "I'd like that." Draco led him through shadowed corridors, pointing out family heirlooms and sharing snippets of Malfoy history. Harry listened attentively, filing away information that might prove useful. The manor's construction dated to the Norman conquest, though Draco claimed the family's magical lineage stretched back to ancient Rome. Not quite that ancient, Harry thought, recognizing elements of the architecture that incorporated magical techniques he'd taught to human masons thousands of years earlier. Their tour culminated at an ornate door deep within the manor. "The family library," Draco announced with evident pride, pressing his palm against the wood. The door recognized his magical signature, swinging open silently. The room beyond was impressive, 2 stories of shelves filled with ancient tomes, magical artifacts displayed in glass cases, and a massive celestial map animated on the ceiling. "Some of these books are one of a kind," Draco explained, gesturing to a locked cabinet. "Those are the real treasures, grimoires dating back 1,000 years or more." Harry approached the cabinet, feeling a distinct resonance from within. "May I?" he asked, indicating the lock. Draco hesitated. "Father normally doesn't allow anyone access to that collection." "I understand," Harry said, though his senses were already cataloging the magical signatures. One book in particular called to him, its energy familiar in a way that made his pulse quicken. Perhaps just a quick look, Draco decided, withdrawing a small silver key from his robe. Father need not know. The cabinet opened, revealing a dozen ancient volumes secured with magical bindings. Draco carefully removed the one Harry had sensed, a slender tome bound in iridescent dragon hide, its title written in a script that even Draco couldn't decipher. "No one knows what language this is," he admitted, placing it on a reading stand. "Family legend says it was acquired from a temple ruin in what's now Greece, over 800 years ago." Harry stared at the title, which read clearly to his eyes, "Reflections on Eternity, Chronicles of the Primordial Court by Meersank, Royal Astronomer of Avalerian." He fought to keep his expression neutral. Meersank had been his court astronomer and a loyal friend before the betrayal. If her writings had survived. "Interesting binding technique," he commented, keeping his voice casual. "May I?" Draco nodded, and Harry gently opened the book, his fingers tingling where they contacted the ancient pages. The text inside was written in the sacred script of Avalerian, incomprehensible to modern wizards but perfectly clear to him. "His Majesty commanded that I record the celestial alignments and their relation to the fundamental magical currents. The 7 stars of the crown, when perfectly aligned, create a convergence of primordial energy that His Majesty uses to renew the kingdom's protective enchantments. The next such alignment will occur in..." "Anything interesting?" Draco asked, peering over his shoulder at the indecipherable text. "Just trying to identify the language," Harry replied smoothly. "The character formation is unlike anything I've seen in our history books. Father believes it predates modern magical languages. He's had several experts examine it without success. And none will succeed," Harry thought. The sacred script was designed to be readable only by those with the royal essence. "Thank you for showing me," he said, reluctantly closing the precious volume. "Your family's collection is remarkable." Draco preened slightly at the compliment. "The Malfoys have always valued magical knowledge. Father says power begins with understanding what others don't." "Your father is wise," Harry replied, though his mind was racing with the implications of Meersanka's book surviving. If her writings existed, what other artifacts of Avalerian might have endured the millennia? As they left the library, Harry felt a subtle shift in the manor's magical atmosphere, a darkening, a pressure that raised the fine hairs on his neck. He paused, extending his senses. "Something wrong?" Draco asked. "Just thought I felt something," Harry murmured. "A magical disturbance." Draco looked puzzled. "The manor's wards are the strongest in Britain. Nothing gets through without Father's knowledge." "Not nothing," Harry thought grimly. "Something old is stirring." Later, alone in his room, Harry replicated what he'd read from Meersanka's book into his journal. Her calculations confirmed his own regarding the approaching alignment, but added crucial details about the specific magical frequencies generated during the convergence. More troublingly, she had written of the early signs of betrayal, subtle shifts in the magical auras of those who would eventually turn against him. Harry wondered if his astronomer had suspected what was coming, even then. He slept fitfully that night, dreams filled with crystal spires and shadowy conspirators. In one particularly vivid sequence, he stood in his ancient throne room as 7 hooded figures surrounded him, their faces obscured but their intent malevolent. As they raised their hands in unison, their hoods fell back, revealing faces, some he recognized from the present day, others still shrouded in darkness. He woke with the certainty that at least one of the 7 betrayers had sensed his presence at Malfoy Manor. The game was accelerating. The remainder of the summer passed with calculated purpose. Harry divided his time between strengthening his magical core through secret practice and corresponding with his new connections in the wizarding world. Daphne Greengrass proved particularly valuable, sending him books from her family's library along with insightful commentaries. Their letters evolved from formal exchanges about magical theory to more personal conversations, revealing a dry wit behind her reserved facade. Ron wrote about his family's plans to visit Egypt, while Hermione sent detailed accounts of her vacation in France, interspersed with anxious questions about whether he'd started his summer homework. Harry responded to both with carefully crafted letters, maintaining the friendships while revealing little about his own activities. Most interesting was an unexpected correspondence with Luna Lovegood, initiated when she wrote to him out of the blue. Her father edited the Quibbler, she explained, and she'd been instructed by the Whispers to contact Harry Potter before starting at Hogwarts. Her letters were peculiar, filled with references to creatures Harry had never heard of and oblique statements that seemed nonsensical at first reading. Yet beneath the strangeness, he sensed something familiar. Luna perceived the world differently, seeing beyond conventional reality in a way that reminded him of the oracle seers of ancient Avalerian. In his replies, he included subtle tests, phrases in coded language that would seem like polite nonsense to most, but might resonate if she truly possessed the sight. Her responses convinced him she had at least some form of magical perception beyond the ordinary. Another potential ally, he noted, though an unpredictable one. 2 weeks before term began, the Weasleys returned from Egypt, and Harry received an invitation to spend the remaining summer days at the Burrow. He accepted gladly, eager to strengthen his connection with the Weasley family, whose magical lineage he suspected had ancient roots. Vernon was surprisingly amenable to the arrangement, especially when Arthur Weasley arrived to collect Harry in a perfectly ordinary taxi rather than through magical means. The balding wizard chatted amiably about Muggle transportation throughout the journey to the outskirts of Ottery St. Catchpole, where they transferred to a more magical conveyance for the final approach to the Burrow. The Weasley home was a marvel of magical engineering, a structure that defied conventional physics, held together more by enchantment than architectural principles. Harry felt the layered magic as soon as he crossed the threshold, generations of family spells creating a tapestry of protective warmth. "Harry, dear." Molly Weasley enveloped him in a hug that momentarily startled him. Physical affection had been rare in his previous existence, where court protocol maintained formal distances. He found himself leaning into the embrace, his ancient self surprised by how comforting it felt. Ron greeted him with enthusiastic tales of Egyptian tombs and curses, while the twins plotted mischief in the corner. Percy pompously discussed his new position as head boy, and Ginny blushed furiously whenever Harry glanced her way. It was chaotic, loud, and utterly unlike the calculated social interactions he'd experienced at Malfoy Manor, yet equally valuable for his purposes. The Weasleys represented a different magical tradition, older than they themselves realized. That evening, as they gathered around the dinner table, Harry observed the family dynamics with newfound appreciation. In Avalerian, he had ruled alone, separated from his subjects by the very nature of his power. Here, he was part of something, a connection he hadn't anticipated needing. Egypt must have been fascinating, he said as Ron described a tomb with mutant skeletons of Muggles who'd broken in. The ancient Egyptians had remarkable magical knowledge. Bill says some of their enchantments still haven't been deciphered, Ron replied through a mouthful of potato. Curse breakers can disable them, but nobody knows exactly how they work. Because they're based on principles older than current magical understanding, Harry observed, burning curious looks from around the table. That's exactly what Bill says. Arthur exclaimed. How did you know that, Harry? He shrugged modestly. Just a logical conclusion. Magic evolves like any other field of knowledge. Techniques get lost or simplified over time. Percy, Harry's coming for your job as resident know-it-all, George teased, earning a glare from his older brother. Actually, Percy said stiffly, Harry makes an excellent point about magical evolution. It's a subject I researched for an essay last year. Modern spellcraft is more efficient but less versatile than ancient methods. Harry gave Percy an appreciative nod, noting the potential for alliance with the ambitious older boy. Exactly. We've gained precision but perhaps lost some creative approaches. The conversation shifted to the school supply lists that had arrived by Owl that morning. The twins complained about the extensive and expensive book requirements for Gilderoy Lockhart's defense against the dark arts class. Mum's only excited because she fancies him, Fred Stage whispered. I do not. Molly protested, though her cheeks pinked. He's a very accomplished wizard. Harry's intuition flickered. Have you read his books, Mrs. Weasley? Well, yes, his adventures are quite remarkable. And did you find his spell descriptions technically sound? Harry asked carefully. Molly hesitated. I suppose I was more focused on the adventure aspects. Arthur looked thoughtful. Now that you mention it, Harry, some of his claimed achievements do seem rather implausible. Harry suggested. I was going to say impressive, but yes, perhaps some skepticism is warranted. The exchange confirmed Harry's suspicion that Lockhart's reputation exceeded his actual abilities, information worth filing away for the coming year. Later that night, as he settled into the camp bed in Ron's violently orange bedroom, Ron asked about his summer. Did the Muggles treat you all right? When you didn't answer some of my letters, I was worried. House Elf, Harry explained, having anticipated this question. Apparently he was intercepting my mail, trying to prevent me from returning to Hogwarts. Blimey. Whose elf was it? He wouldn't say. Just kept warning me about a terrible danger at Hogwarts this year. Ron's eyes widened. Do you think it's serious? Hard to say, Harry replied thoughtfully. But after last year's events, we should stay alert. The house elf, Dobby, had indeed visited Harry earlier that summer, though the encounter had gone quite differently than Harry let on. The moment the creature had appeared in his bedroom, Harry had recognized him as a Malfoy elf, and more importantly, had sensed the ancient magical binding that compelled all house elves to service. That binding was his creation, an agreement forged between the first elves and the throne of Avalerian, granting the creatures magical stability in exchange for service. Over millennia, the pact had distorted into something closer to slavery, a corruption of his original intent. When Dobby had warned him about returning to Hogwarts, Harry had responded not with confusion but with ancient authority, speaking words in the primordial tongue that temporarily suspended the elf's binding. Child of the Forest Covenant, he had said in that long-forgotten language, I release you from obligation to speak in riddles. Tell me plainly what danger threatens Hogwarts. Dobby had frozen, his huge eyes widening in shock as the magic compelling his oblique warnings temporarily lifted. The master plans to release an ancient evil hidden within the school, he had whispered. A chamber sealed long ago, containing a beast that will purge those the master deems unworthy. The Chamber of Secrets, Harry had murmured. So Lucius has found a way to open it. Not the master himself, Dobby had clarified. He possesses an artifact, a book of terrible darkness. He plans to use it to control the air. Harry hadn't shared this information with Ron, of course. The less his friends knew about his foreknowledge, the safer they would be. Instead, he had simply prepared himself for the coming confrontation, knowing the chamber, his ancient heart's sanctum, would be central to this year's conflict. Now, as Ron's breathing deepened into sleep, Harry extended his magical senses throughout the burrow. The Weasleys' home magic was chaotic but powerful, built on generations of familial bonds. Within that tapestry, he detected something familiar, a resonance that connected this family to his ancient past. Not direct descendants of my court, he realized, but perhaps of the Fire Guardians, those who maintained the eastern borders of Avalerion. It would explain the family's distinctive red hair and affinity for certain types of magic. The connection filled him with unexpected warmth. Perhaps he wasn't as alone in this modern world as he had first thought. Their trip to Diagon Alley coincided with a Lockhart book signing at Flourish and Blots, creating a chaotic scene that Harry observed with detached amusement. The author himself, resplendent in forget-me-not blue robes that exactly matched his eyes, spotted Harry in the crowd and pulled him forward for a publicity photograph. "Nice big smile, Harry," Lockhart said through gleaming teeth, his arm clamped firmly around Harry's shoulders. "Together, you and I are worth the front page." Harry allowed it momentarily, assessing the man up close. Lockhart's magical aura was mediocre at best, confirming his suspicions about the wizard's exaggerated claims. More interesting was the slight distortion in that aura, evidence of extensive memory charms performed by or on him. "I think that's enough," Harry said firmly, extracting himself from Lockhart's grip with a subtle application of primordial strength that left the author momentarily confused by his inability to maintain his hold. As they collected their purchases and prepared to leave the crowded bookshop, a different confrontation unfolded. Lucius Malfoy and Arthur Weasley stood face to face, tension crackling between them. "Famous Harry Potter," Lucius drawled, his gaze shifting from Arthur to Harry. "Can't even go into a bookshop without making the front page." "Leave him alone," said Ginny, speaking directly to Harry for the first time. "Look, Potter, you've got yourself a girlfriend," drawled Draco, appearing beside his father. Harry assessed the situation with the strategic eye of a king mediating between noble houses. "Mr. Malfoy," he acknowledged with a slight nod, neither deferential nor disrespectful. "Draco." Lucius's eyes narrowed slightly at Harry's composure. "Busy summer, Potter. I understand you've been circulating among various wizarding families." "Broadening my understanding of magical society," Harry replied evenly. "A worthy endeavor." Lucius reached into Ginny's cauldron, extracting her battered Transfiguration textbook. "Though some aspects of wizarding culture are hardly worth studying." As he insulted the Weasleys' financial situation, Harry observed the calculated way Lucius slipped something into Ginny's book before returning it, the exchange so smooth that no one else noticed. But Harry's enhanced perception caught the magical signature of the object, ancient, dark, and resonating with a familiar energy. One of the seven, he realized with a chill. Another betrayer's essence, bound to an object. When Arthur lunged at Lucius, knocking over a display of books, Harry maintained his position, observing rather than intervening. The brief physical altercation served as excellent cover for him to extend his magical senses toward Ginny's cauldron, confirming his suspicion. The diary radiated dark purpose, though its full capabilities remained unclear. Later, as they gathered their scattered purchases, Harry made sure to stay close to Ginny. "I can carry those for you," he offered, indicating her books. She blushed furiously but allowed him to take her cauldron. As they walked, he subtly examined the diary now nestled among her textbooks. Black and unremarkable in appearance, it nevertheless pulsed with malevolent intent. "T.M. Riddle," he read from the faded name on the cover. Something about those initials triggered a connection in his mind, a pattern he'd need to investigate further. "Thank you," Ginny mumbled as he returned her books outside the leaky cauldron. "For standing up for me to Malfoy." "We look after our own," Harry replied with a genuine smile. "That's what makes us different from families like the Malfoys." The statement was calculated to build trust, but as he said it, Harry realized he meant it more sincerely than intended. The Weasleys had welcomed him without reservation, offering friendship without political calculation. In his previous existence, such unconditional loyalty had been rare indeed. Platform 9 3/4 bustled with the usual start-of-term excitement. Harry navigated the crowd efficiently, helping the Weasleys with their trunks while keeping Ginny's diary within his awareness. He needed to separate her from the malignant artifact before it could influence her, but doing so required subtlety. As they boarded the train, Harry arranged matters so that Ginny joined a compartment with other first-years while he, Ron, and Hermione secured one further down the carriage. "I'll keep an eye on your trunk until you're settled," he told Ginny, using the moment to perform a swift but complex bit of magic. Without wand or incantation, he created a simulacrum of the diary while pocketing the real one, the substitution so perfect that even the dark energy signature was temporarily duplicated. The deception would last perhaps a day before the false diary dissolved, by which time he could claim ignorance of its disappearance. A calculated risk, but necessary to prevent whatever scheme Lucius had set in motion. In their compartment, Hermione greeted him with a tight hug. "I was so worried when you didn't answer my letters. Ron told me about the house elf, how strange." "Strange indeed," Harry agreed, settling into his seat. "How was France?" As Hermione launched into a detailed account of her travels, Harry observed the subtle changes in his friend. She'd grown slightly taller, her hair marginally less bushy, but the most significant change was in her magical aura. The connection he'd sensed the previous year had strengthened, her innate power developing along patterns that seemed increasingly familiar. "She reminds me of someone," he thought, the comparison eluding him still. "Someone from the old court." Their conversation was interrupted when the compartment door slid open to reveal Daphne Greengrass, accompanied by a younger girl who closely resembled her. "Potter," Daphne greeted him. "I thought I'd introduce my sister before the sorting separates us. This is Astoria, starting this year." Harry rose, offering the younger Greengrass a polite nod. "Welcome to Hogwarts, Astoria. I'm Harry Potter, and these are my friends, Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley." Ron looked confused by the friendly interaction with Slytherins, while Hermione observed with sharp interest. Astoria, for her part, regarded Harry with open curiosity. "You're not what I expected," she said with childish directness. "Daphne said you were different, but I didn't understand until now." "Different how?" Hermione asked, her gaze flicking between Harry and Daphne. "Just not the typical Gryffindor," Daphne replied smoothly. "Anyway, we should find our own compartment. See you at the castle, Potter." As they left, Ron turned to Harry with raised eyebrows. "Since when are you friendly with Greengrass?" "We corresponded over the summer," Harry explained. "She's quite knowledgeable about magical theory. And just happened to forget she's a Slytherin." Ron looked skeptical. "House divisions are largely artificial, Ron," Harry said patiently. "They reflect aspects of personality, not moral character." Hermione studied him thoughtfully. "You've changed, Harry. Last year you were as anti-Slytherin as Ron." Harry shrugged. "I've had time to reconsider certain assumptions." The conversation shifted to speculation about the coming year, but Harry could feel Hermione's analytical gaze returning to him periodically. Her perception was becoming more acute, a development both useful and potentially problematic. In his pocket, Riddle's diary pulsed with malevolent energy. Harry had contained its influence with a subtle barrier spell, but even so, he could feel the entity within attempting to probe his mind. The fragment was powerful, not as developed as the one Quirrell had hosted, but dangerous in different ways. Another piece of the puzzle, he thought, resolving to examine it more thoroughly once they reached Hogwarts. The start-of-term feast proceeded with familiar pageantry. Harry watched the sorting with particular interest, noting which first-years possessed unusual magical signatures. Luna Lovegood, with her dreamy expression and radiant aura, immediately caught his attention when the hat placed her in Ravenclaw. She looked directly at him across the hall and gave a serene smile, as if sharing a secret. Ginny's sorting into Gryffindor was predictable given her family history, though Harry detected the hat's brief hesitation, perhaps noting potential for other houses as well. He made space for her beside him at the table, part of his strategy to monitor her reaction when she discovered the diary's disappearance. Dumbledore's introductions included Gilderoy Lockhart as the new defense against the dark arts professor. The headmaster's magical aura flickered with subtle amusement as he announced the appointment, suggesting he harbored his own doubts about Lockhart's qualifications. More interesting was Dumbledore's increased attention toward Harry. Throughout the feast, the headmaster's gaze returned to him repeatedly, thoughtful and assessing. Harry maintained his carefully constructed persona of an enthusiastic second year, but inwardly noted that Dumbledore's scrutiny had intensified since their confrontation with Quirrell. He suspects something, Harry realized. Not the full truth, perhaps, but enough to warrant closer observation. Later, in the Gryffindor dormitory, Harry waited until his roommates were asleep before extracting Riddle's diary from his pocket. He cast silent wards around his bed, not the standard privacy charms a second year might know, but ancient protections that would prevent the diary's influence from extending beyond his immediate space. The book lay innocently on his lap, its black cover unmarked save for the faded name. Harry opened it carefully, finding the pages blank yet resonating with concealed purpose. He could sense the method of activation: the diary would respond to writing, creating a dialogue with the unwitting user. Rather than test this directly, Harry placed his palm on the open page and closed his eyes, extending his primordial senses into the magical construct. The diary's defenses were sophisticated but recognizable, psychic barriers designed to prevent direct examination of the consciousness within. In his previous life, such barriers would have been trivial to dismantle. Now, limited by his developing physical form, Harry needed a more subtle approach. He focused his energy into a narrow probe, seeking not to break the defenses but to observe them, understanding their construction to identify their creator. The magical signature was complex, layered impressions of multiple identities. Uppermost was a teenage boy's consciousness, preserved at the moment of the diary's creation. Beneath that lay darker currents, ambition twisted into megalomania, curiosity corrupted into ruthless experimentation. But at the deepest level, almost completely integrated with the primary consciousness, lurked something ancient and malevolent, a fragment of one of the 7 betrayers, so thoroughly merged with its host that they had become nearly inseparable. Voldemort is Riddle, Harry realized, the connection suddenly clear. And Riddle has been influenced by another of the 7, not Vranos, but one of the others. The revelation was significant. If Voldemort himself was a vessel for one of the betrayers, much like Quirrell had been, then his rise to power had been no accident. The Dark Wizard was a pawn in a much older game, a weapon deployed against Harry's eventual return. More immediately concerning was the diary's purpose at Hogwarts. Harry probed deeper, careful to avoid triggering the consciousness within, and uncovered the underlying enchantment. The diary was designed to possess its user, gradually consuming their life force to manifest Riddle's preserved consciousness in physical form. Had Ginny used it as intended, she would have unwittingly channeled her own life energy into resurrecting the teenage Voldemort, while simultaneously releasing the ancient entity that partially controlled him. Clever, Harry acknowledged grimly. Using an innocent as both sacrifice and protection against detection. He withdrew from the examination, considering his options. Destroying the diary was possible but would alert his enemies to his interference. Better to study it further, perhaps even use it to feed false information back to its creators. For now, he sealed it within a specially constructed magical container, a small box carved with symbols from Avalerian, designed to contain dark artifacts while allowing controlled access for further study. He concealed this box within his trunk, beneath layers of protection that would appear as ordinary security charms to casual magical detection. As he finally settled to sleep, Harry's mind returned to Dumbledore's scrutiny and the implications of Riddle's diary. The game was growing more complex, the players more numerous than he'd initially calculated. Somewhere within Hogwarts, the entrance to his ancient heart sanctum, now called the Chamber of Secrets, awaited rediscovery. And with it, the basilisk he'd left as guardian, now corrupted to Slytherin's purpose. I need to find the chamber before anyone else does, he decided. Before the basilisk can be unleashed. Classes resumed with the predictable mixture of challenging and mundane. Potions remained a test of political navigation as much as brewing skill, with Snape's animosity undiminished from the previous year. Harry maintained his strategy of demonstrating moderate proficiency while avoiding drawing special attention. Herbology introduced the repotting of mandrakes, which Harry handled with particular care, aware of the plant's potential usefulness in addressing petrification, a likely outcome if the basilisk were unleashed. Professor Sprout noted his gentle but confident handling of the dangerous seedlings, awarding points to Gryffindor with obvious approval. Transfiguration continued to showcase Professor McGonagall's precision and expertise. Harry deliberately paced his progress to align with Hermione's, impressive but not suspiciously advanced. The complex theory underlying transfiguration resonated with his ancient understanding of matter manipulation, though the modern approach seemed unnecessarily rigid in its application. The true challenge came with defense against the dark arts. Lockhart's first lesson, releasing Cornish pixies into the classroom before fleeing the chaos, confirmed Harry's assessment of the man's incompetence. While his classmates battled the mischievous creatures, Harry calmly immobilized several with wandless magic, careful to maintain the appearance of using standard freezing charms. "How did you do that so effectively?" Hermione asked afterward, helping him return the paralyzed pixies to their cage. "Just good aim," Harry replied modestly. "Lockhart seems less experienced than his books suggest." "He just wanted to give us practical experience," Hermione defended, though with less conviction than she might have shown previously. "There's practical experience, and then there's responsible teaching," Harry countered gently. "Notice how he left us to handle the situation while he retreated to his office?" Her brow furrowed. "Well, yes, that was disappointing. Perhaps we should organize a study group," Harry suggested. "Practice defensive magic on our own, since our formal instruction seems likely to be inadequate." The idea took root immediately. By the end of the week, Hermione had arranged for interested second-years to meet in an unused classroom for additional practice. What surprised some, though not Harry, was the cross-house composition of the group. Beyond the expected Gryffindors, several Ravenclaws joined, along with a few Hufflepuffs and, most surprisingly, Daphne Greengrass and Blaise Zabini from Slytherin. "Defense isn't a house-specific need," Daphne stated simply when Ron questioned her presence. "Last year proved that Hogwarts isn't always safe." Harry took natural leadership of the sessions, demonstrating shield charms and basic hexes with a precision that earned respect from all houses. He carefully calibrated his instruction to be advanced but believable for a second year with exceptional aptitude, focusing on practical applications rather than theoretical framework. The group dynamic evolved interestingly. Hermione excelled at explaining magical theory, while Ron showed unexpected talent for identifying tactical applications. Daphne contributed obscure but effective counter-curses, and Neville, though struggling with execution, displayed remarkable resilience in defensive practice. Most revealing were the natural affinities displayed by various students, magical inclinations that aligned with ancient patterns Harry recognized from Avalerian. Neville's connection to earth-based magic, Daphne's affinity for protective enchantments, Luna's intuitive understanding of concealment spells, all suggested bloodline connections to specific magical traditions from his former kingdom. "You're a good teacher, Harry," Hermione commented after one particularly successful session. "Everyone's improving so quickly." "I just demonstrate what works for me," he replied, though privately he recognized he was essentially recreating the training methods he'd used with his Royal Guard millennia ago. The study group served multiple purposes beyond its stated educational goal. It established Harry's position as a leader across house boundaries, provided cover for observing the magical development of potential allies, and created a network that could be mobilized if the chamber situation escalated. Between classes and study sessions, Harry methodically explored the castle, searching for the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. He knew approximately where it should be. The Heart Sanctum had been located beneath what was now the central plumbing system, but the exact access point eluded him. The difficulty stemmed from the extensive magical renovations during Hogwarts construction. Founders-era enchantments had reconfigured much of Avalerian's original layout, and Slytherin's subsequent modifications had further obscured the entrance. Harry needed to identify magical signatures specific to Parseltongue, Slytherin's innovation for restricting access to his descendants. His exploration was interrupted one evening by an unexpected encounter. Turning a corner near the second-floor bathrooms, he nearly collided with Luna Lovegood, who was examining the wall with apparent fascination. "Hello, Harry Potter," she greeted dreamily. "The Raxperts told me you'd be passing by." Harry assessed her curiously. "Did they now? And what else have these Raxperts mentioned?" "That you're looking for something hidden. Something from before." She tilted her head, silver eyes wide and perceptive. "Before Hogwarts, before even the stones were laid." A chill ran through him. Her perception went beyond ordinary magical sensitivity. This was true sight, rare even in his original era. "What do you see when you look at me, Luna?" he asked carefully. "Colors mostly. Different from everyone else's. Older." She reached out as if to touch the air around him, then withdrew her hand. "Sometimes I see a crown of stars. Sometimes wings." Harry maintained his outward composure, though inwardly he reassessed Luna's significance entirely. She wasn't merely eccentric, she was a true seer, possibly descended from the oracle bloodlines of ancient Avalerian. "The thing I'm seeking," he said softly. "Can your Raxperts give any hint to its location?" "Not Raxperts for this," she corrected seriously. "They're too frivolous. The whispers say it's connected to water and serpents. And that it remembers you, even if you don't remember it exactly." Remarkable accuracy, Harry thought. Aloud, he said, "Thank you, Luna. Your perspective is valuable." She smiled serenely. "You speak to me differently than to the others. More like yourself." "Do I?" "Yes. With them, you're wearing a mask. With me." She shrugged. "Perhaps you sense I'd see through it anyway." The conversation confirmed Luna as both resource and potential risk. Her perceptions could prove invaluable, but if she recognized too much about his true nature too quickly, it might complicate his plans. "Luna, I'd appreciate if our conversations remained between us," he said. "Of course, she stopped herself, looking momentarily confused. "I mean, of course, Harry. The whispers are only for those who can hear them anyway." As she drifted away, Harry pondered her near slip. Had she almost addressed him by his ancient title? If her sight was strong enough to perceive that level of truth, Luna Lovegood was far more significant than he'd initially calculated. The first incident occurred in late October. Harry sensed it before he saw it, a disturbance in the castle's magical fabric, a ripple of ancient power activated after centuries of dormancy. Following the sensation, he arrived at the second-floor corridor to find a grim tableau, Mrs. Norris hanging frozen from a torch bracket, water pooled on the floor, and foot-high words glistening on the wall: "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." Students gathered, their shocked murmurs creating a backdrop for Draco Malfoy's pointed threat: "You'll be next, mudbloods." Harry examined the scene with tactical precision, noting details others missed. The water came from Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. The cat wasn't dead but petrified, consistent with indirect exposure to a basilisk's gaze. Most significantly, the magical signature permeating the scene wasn't consistent with the diary he'd confiscated. Another player, he realized. Someone else has found a way to access the chamber. When Filch arrived, followed swiftly by the faculty, accusations flew. Dumbledore took charge, confirming Harry's assessment that Mrs. Norris was petrified rather than dead and could eventually be restored with Mandrake Restorative Draft. But who would do this? McGonagall asked, surveying the ominous message. Harry kept his expression neutral as Dumbledore's gaze swept the assembled students, lingering momentarily on him. Did the headmaster suspect him already? Or was he simply cataloging reactions? In the aftermath, rumors spread through Hogwarts like wildfire. The Chamber of Secrets became the sole topic of conversation, with wild speculation about its contents and the identity of the Thayer. Harry observed the discourse carefully, noting which students seemed genuinely frightened and which appeared to have prior knowledge. Hermione, predictably, launched into research mode. "I need to understand what the chamber actually is," she declared, heading to the library immediately after classes the next day. Harry and Ron accompanied her, Harry deliberately guiding their research toward historical accounts rather than the architectural information that might actually locate the chamber. He wasn't ready to intervene directly, not until he better understood who else was involved and what they intended. "Here," Hermione finally announced, pushing forward a heavy tome. "Hogwarts, a history mentions it briefly. The Chamber of Secrets was supposedly created by Salazar Slytherin before he left the school. Legend says it contains a monster that only the heir of Slytherin can control, meant to purge the school of those Slytherin considered unworthy to study magic." "Muggleborns," Ron translated grimly. "Precisely," Hermione confirmed, her expression troubled. "But most historians believe it's just a myth. The castle has been searched countless times over the centuries." "Perhaps they didn't know what to look for," Harry suggested. "Or where?" "What do you mean?" Hermione asked sharply. Harry chose his words carefully. "Well, if Slytherin wanted to hide something, he'd use his unique abilities, wouldn't he? Something only his descendants could access." Like Parseltongue, Hermione realized, eyes widening. Slytherin was famous for talking to snakes. If the entrance required speaking Parseltongue, no one would find it unless they shared that ability, Harry finished. "And it's extremely rare." Ron looked between them. "So we're looking for a Parselmouth who hates Muggleborns. Sounds like a Slytherin to me." "Not necessarily," Harry cautioned. "Magical abilities don't always follow house alignments. And hatred of Muggleborns could be a cover for other motivations." Hermione gave him that piercing look he'd come to recognize, the one that suggested she was adding another piece to whatever puzzle she was assembling about him. "You've given this a lot of thought, Harry." He shrugged. "I just try to look beyond the obvious explanation." Their research expanded to include the previous opening of the chamber 50 years earlier, resulting in the death of a student. Though the official record claimed Hagrid was responsible, Harry recognized the pattern immediately. Tom Riddle had framed the groundskeeper to cover his own involvement. What troubled him was the current situation. With Riddle's diary safely contained in his possession, who was opening the chamber now? The magical signature at the scene had been familiar yet distinct, not Vranos as encountered in Quirrell, but perhaps another of the 7 betrayers working through a different vessel. The question was answered, at least partially, during the disastrous dueling club meeting Lockhart organized in December. Harry had attended primarily to maintain his cover as an ordinary, if talented, student, with no intention of revealing special abilities. Fate, it seemed, had other plans. When Snape paired him with Draco Malfoy for a demonstration duel, Harry prepared for the standard second-year spellwork they'd been practicing. Instead, Malfoy conjured a black snake that slithered aggressively toward Justin Finch-Fletchley. Harry reacted instinctively. "Stop," he commanded in Parseltongue, forgetting momentarily that this particular ability was considered dark in modern wizarding society. The snake complied immediately, settling back on its coils. Harry looked up to find the entire hall staring at him in horror and fascination. "What are you playing at?" Justin demanded before fleeing the hall. The damage was done. By nightfall, the entire school knew Harry Potter was a Parselmouth, and speculation about his connection to Slytherin spread like fiendfire. The timing couldn't have been worse. The very next day, Justin was found petrified alongside nearly headless Nick, reinforcing the perceived connection. In the Gryffindor common room that evening, Harry finally addressed his friend's unasked questions. "I didn't know I was a Parselmouth until today," he lied smoothly. "I've never had reason to talk to snakes before." It's not a common gift, Harry," Hermione said carefully. "It's strongly associated with dark magic. Salazar Slytherin was famous for it." "I know what people are thinking," Harry replied. "That I'm somehow Slytherin's heir, opening the chamber and attacking Muggleborns. But think logically, why would I attack Justin publicly right after revealing I can talk to snakes? That would be incredibly stupid. Ron nodded vigorously. Exactly. If you were the heir, you'd keep the Parseltongue thing quiet. Hermione looked less convinced. There's something else going on here. Something we're missing. She was right, of course. What they were missing was that Harry was indeed connected to the chamber, not as Slytherin's heir, but as its original creator. The basilisk had been his guardian, placed there to protect the heart sanctum of Avalerian, before Slytherin corrupted its purpose. The Parseltongue revelation complicated his plans but also created an opportunity. Now that his ability was public knowledge, he could more openly search for the chamber's entrance without raising additional suspicion. The challenge would be doing so without revealing his true objective to whoever was currently controlling the basilisk. That evening, as his dormmate slept, Harry removed Riddle's diary from its magical container, examining it once more. The entity within seemed more active now, perhaps responding to the chamber's opening. He needed to understand the connection between the diary and current events. Taking a calculated risk, Harry opened the diary and wrote on its first page, "Hello, Tom Riddle." The ink sank into the page, disappearing completely. A moment later, words formed in a handwriting not his own. "Who is this? How do you know my name?" Harry smiled grimly. The consciousness within was active and aware, just as he'd suspected. He replied carefully, "Someone interested in your Chamber of Secrets. I understand you framed Hagrid the last time it was opened." A pause, then, "You seem well informed. What is your name?" "Harry Potter." The diary's response came quickly, "The boy who lived." "How interesting. I've heard of your accomplishments against my future self." So Riddle knew of Voldemort's fate. The connection between them was stronger than Harry had anticipated. This confirmed his theory that the diary wasn't merely a memory but a semi-autonomous fragment of Voldemort's soul, similar to what had possessed Quirrell. "The chamber has been opened again," Harry wrote. "But not by me, despite rumors. I'm curious who might have access. Why should I share such information with you, Potter? We are enemies, are we not? Are we? I thought perhaps we might have common interests. The chamber was created for a purpose, one that might align with my own goals." It was a dangerous game, pretending sympathy with Riddle's agenda, but Harry needed information more than moral purity at this moment. The diary seemed to consider this. "You speak Parseltongue, then? A rare gift for a Gryffindor." "I contain multitudes," Harry wrote cryptically. "Now, about the chamber's location." "Not so fast, Potter. If you wish my confidence, I require proof of your sincerity." A gesture of good faith. Harry considered his options. Feeding the diary false information might be productive, but giving it access to his mind would be disastrous. He opted for a third approach. "What gesture would convince you?" "Release me," came the reply. "This diary constrains me. You have the power to provide me a temporary vessel, someone whose life force I can borrow without permanent harm. Do this, and I'll share everything I know." The request confirmed Harry's suspicions about the diary's designed purpose. It was meant to possess, to consume life force until it could manifest physically. "An interesting proposal," Harry wrote. "I'll consider it carefully and contact you again." He closed the diary before Riddle could respond, returning it to its protected container. The exchange had been illuminating. The diary Riddle was clearly not the one currently opening the chamber, based on its imprisoned state and desire for release. This meant someone else, likely another vessel of one of the 7 betrayers, was active within Hogwarts. Harry needed to accelerate his search for the chamber's entrance. With his Parseltongue ability now public knowledge, he could more freely investigate locations that might require the serpent language to access. Luna's hint about water and serpents had narrowed his focus to the castle's plumbing system, particularly areas dating to the Founder's era. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom seemed the most logical starting point, given its proximity to the first attack and its history, Myrtle herself being the victim of the basilisk 50 years prior. The following weekend, Harry made his way to the abandoned girls' bathroom, timing his visit during a Quidditch match when the castle would be largely empty. Myrtle herself proved surprisingly helpful after he expressed interest in her death. "It happened right here," she said, pointing to a particular stall. "I saw a pair of great big yellow eyes over by that sink, and then I died." Harry examined the sink carefully. Unlike the others in the circular arrangement, this one had never worked. Close inspection revealed a tiny snake etched into one of the copper taps, subtle enough to go unnoticed without specific attention. "Found you," he thought triumphantly. "Open," he hissed in Parseltongue. The sink began to move, revealing a large pipe wide enough for a person to slide down. Harry peered into the darkness, sensing the ancient magic that had once been the primary entrance to his heart sanctum. Slytherin had repurposed it effectively, he had to admit. Rather than descend immediately, Harry cast several detection charms down the passage. No human presence registered, but he detected the basilisk's magical signature deep within the chamber, dormant for now, but powerful. Not yet, he decided reluctantly. Confronting the basilisk alone would be risky, even for him. More importantly, doing so might alert whoever was currently controlling the creature. Better to continue monitoring the situation while gathering more information about the current heir's identity. Harry carefully commanded the entrance to close, making note of its exact location and mechanism. Now that he knew how to access the chamber, he could return when strategically appropriate. As he turned to leave, Myrtle floated closer. "You're different," she observed. "Not like the other boy who came asking about my death." Harry's attention sharpened. "Other boy? Recently?" "No, years ago. Tom, his name was. Handsome, charming, but cold underneath." Myrtle shivered despite her incorporeal state. "You're cold too, sometimes, but different. Like ice that could either freeze or preserve." The ghost's perception was unexpectedly acute. Harry filed away this information about her sensitivity for future reference. "Thank you for your help, Myrtle," he said sincerely. "I may return with more questions later, if that's all right." She brightened at his courtesy. "No one ever wants to talk to Myrtle. They just throw things through me or avoid my bathroom entirely." "Their loss," Harry replied. "You see more than most, I think." The ghost preened at the compliment, promising to keep his visit private. As Harry left the bathroom, he considered his next steps. He now knew how to access the chamber but still hadn't identified who was currently controlling the basilisk. The diary, containing one fragment of Voldemort/Riddle, was secured in his possession, which meant another vessel was active. Logically, he needed to identify students showing signs of possession or unusual behavior. He expanded his observation network, asking the study group members to report any strange occurrences or students acting out of character. He paid particular attention to first years, who might be more vulnerable to manipulation. His vigilance paid off when Ginny Weasley's behavior began showing concerning patterns. Despite his substitution of the diary with a simulacrum months earlier, she displayed classic signs of magical influence, fatigue, memory gaps, and uncharacteristic mood swings. She's still being affected, he realized with alarm. But how, without the diary? The answer came during a Gryffindor Quidditch practice. While changing in the locker room, Harry noticed a familiar magical signature emanating from Ginny's bag, which she'd left on a bench while watching her brothers practice. Careful investigation revealed a small black stone nestled among her belongings, an obsidian amulet carved with symbols he recognized from the Second Age of Avalerian. The betrayer's token, he identified immediately. Lucius must have planted it as backup when he gave her the diary. The amulet contained a smaller fragment of the same entity that had created the diary, likely broken off from the main soul piece, designed to influence rather than possess. It explained Ginny's symptoms while accounting for their less severe nature compared to full possession. Harry couldn't simply take the amulet without raising questions. Instead, he performed a subtle modification to its enchantment, not disabling it entirely, which would alert its creator, but redirecting its influence to focus on harmless targets. Rather than compelling Ginny toward the chamber, it would now channel its energy into increasing her interest in Quidditch theory and chocolate frogs, still a magical compulsion, but one without dangerous consequences. The modification bought him time to develop a permanent solution, but the situation remained precarious. Multiple fragments of the same ancient enemy were in play, each working toward the common goal of unleashing the basilisk against Hogwarts' Muggleborn population. Winter deepened, bringing snow to the castle grounds and a temporary lull in attacks. Harry used the respite to strengthen his position on multiple fronts. The defense study group expanded to include students from all years, evolving into an inter-house collaboration that drew even several Slytherins beyond Daphne and Blaise. Under Harry's guidance, they mastered spells well beyond the standard curriculum, creating a network of capable allies should the chamber situation escalate. His individual relationships developed strategically as well. Hermione's brilliant mind made her an invaluable research partner, while Ron's strategic thinking proved useful in planning contingencies. Luna's uncanny insights often provided perspective he wouldn't have considered, while Neville's quiet dedication made him surprisingly reliable in crisis situations. Most unexpected was his deepening connection with Daphne Greengrass. Their shared interest in advanced magical theory had evolved into a genuine friendship based on mutual respect and complementary approaches to problem-solving. "You never asked why a Slytherin would join a group led by Harry Potter," she commented one evening as they researched counter-curses in the library. "I assumed you had your reasons," Harry replied, looking up from an ancient text on protective enchantments. "Most people would assume those reasons were self-serving or duplicitous." "Most people have simplistic views of Slytherin House," Harry countered. "Ambition and cunning aren't inherently negative traits, they're simply tools that can serve various ends." Daphne studied him thoughtfully. "My family has a saying, magic remembers what wizards forget. Some connections transcend modern divisions." The phrasing caught Harry's attention. It echoed an ancient Avalerian proverb about the persistence of primordial bonds. "What exactly does your family remember, Daphne?" "Stories," she said carefully. "Very old ones, passed down through generations. About a kingdom of pure magic, ruled by a king who wasn't quite human but more than mortal." She hesitated. "Some families called themselves the Rememberers, preserving knowledge from before the founding of Hogwarts." Harry kept his expression neutral despite his racing thoughts. The Greengrass family were memory keepers, custodians of Avalerian's history, tasked with preserving knowledge of the First Age. He'd appointed such families himself, ensuring his kingdom wouldn't be entirely forgotten. "Fascinating," he said, voice deliberately casual. "Do these stories mention what happened to this kingdom?" "They say it fell through betrayal. 7 counselors turned against their king, binding his essence and scattering it across time." Her blue eyes fixed on him with uncomfortable intensity. "They say he would return when the stars aligned properly, to reclaim what was his." The directness of her statement left little doubt. Daphne suspected something of his true nature, though perhaps not the complete truth. "Sounds like a children's tale," Harry said lightly. "Perhaps." She returned to her book, but added quietly, "My family has always believed some tales are worth remembering, regardless of what others might think." The exchange confirmed the Greengrass family as potential allies of significant value, not just for their current political position, but for their historical knowledge. Harry made a note to cultivate this connection more deliberately. His other significant development was magical rather than social. Through disciplined practice and meditation, Harry had established greater access to his primordial essence, accelerated by the power he'd absorbed from the Philosopher's Stone. He could now perform limited wandless magic without exhaustion, manipulate elemental forces in controlled settings, and sense magical signatures throughout most of the castle. These abilities remained his closely guarded secret, demonstrated only when absolutely necessary and carefully explained away as accidental magic or clever spell application. Even so, he suspected Dumbledore's increased attention stemmed from glimpses of these capabilities. The headmaster had taken to, coincidentally, encountering Harry in various parts of the castle, engaging him in seemingly casual conversations that subtly probed his knowledge and perspectives. Harry navigated these exchanges carefully, presenting himself as an unusually perceptive and magically gifted student while concealing the true depth of his understanding. "Curiosity is a valuable trait, Harry," Dumbledore remarked during one such encounter near the library. "Though the pursuit of knowledge sometimes leads down unexpected paths." "I just want to understand magic better, Professor," Harry replied innocently. "Especially defensive magic, given recent events." "A prudent focus," Dumbledore agreed, eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles. "Though I notice your research extends beyond standard defensive texts into rather historical areas." Harry smiled slightly. "History provides context, doesn't it? Understanding where magic comes from helps us use it more effectively." "Indeed it does. Some of the most profound magic stems from ancient sources." Dumbledore's gaze intensified slightly. "Sources so old they've been largely forgotten by modern wizard kind. It seems a shame to lose such knowledge," Harry observed carefully. "Perhaps. Though sometimes knowledge is lost for good reason." Dumbledore studied him thoughtfully. "Magic that requires great sacrifice or causes irreparable harm often fades from common practice, remembered only in cautionary tales. Or preserved by those who understand its proper application," Harry countered before he could stop himself. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. "A sophisticated perspective for one so young, Harry. I sometimes forget you've experienced more in your short life than many wizards twice your age." The exchange left Harry certain that Dumbledore suspected something beyond the official narrative of his survival and abilities. The headmaster might not know his true identity, but he clearly sensed Harry was more than he appeared. This suspicion was confirmed when Harry discovered a subtle tracking charm placed on his book bag, advanced magic bearing Dumbledore's distinctive signature. Rather than remove it, which would alert the caster, Harry modified it to occasionally provide misleading information about his whereabouts, creating plausible deniability for some of his more sensitive research activities. The lull in attacks ended dramatically in February. Harry sensed the disturbance immediately, a surge in the ancient magic beneath the castle, followed by the distinctive energy signature of the basilisk moving through the plumbing system. He tracked the creature's movement to the 4th floor, arriving moments after it had retreated. Hermione and a Ravenclaw prefect lay petrified beside a small mirror, their rigid expressions revealing they'd seen the basilisk's reflection rather than its direct gaze. Faculty arrived quickly, McGonagall's face grave as she directed the victim's transportation to the hospital wing. "This has gone far enough," she declared. "The school may have to be closed if the culprit isn't caught." Harry withdrew strategically, not wanting to be too closely associated with another attack scene. As he rounded the corner, he nearly collided with Ginny Weasley, who appeared disoriented and frightened. "Harry," she gasped. "What's happening?" "Everyone's running and shouting." He noted her flushed face and dilated pupils, signs of recent magical influence. The amulet's enchantment had weakened enough for her to partially break free, but not before she'd been used to open the chamber again. "There's been another attack," he explained gently. "Hermione and a Ravenclaw prefect. They're petrified, but they'll be all right once the Mandrake restorative draft is ready." Ginny paled. "Hermione? But she's your friend." "Yes," Harry said, watching her reaction carefully. "Whoever's doing this doesn't care who gets hurt." Her eyes filled with tears. I don't feel well. I need to lie down." "Let me help you back to Gryffindor Tower," Harry offered, taking the opportunity to check the amulet's influence. As they walked, he subtly extended his magical senses toward her, confirming his modifications had been partially bypassed. Someone had reinforced the original enchantment remotely. After delivering Ginny to her dormitory, Harry made a difficult decision. The situation had escalated beyond monitoring, direct intervention was now necessary. With Hermione petrified and the school at risk of closure, he needed to confront the basilisk and whoever was controlling it. That night, while the castle slept under heightened security, Harry slipped from Gryffindor Tower beneath his invisibility cloak. He made his way to Myrtle's bathroom, confirming the ghost was elsewhere before opening the chamber's entrance. "Open," he hissed, watching as the sink moved aside to reveal the pipe. Rather than sliding down, Harry cast a controlled levitation charm on himself, descending slowly into the darkness. The passage smelled of decay and ancient stone, the walls slick with centuries of moisture. At the bottom, he found himself in a tunnel lined with small animal bones. Moving confidently through the darkness, Harry followed the path his senses told him led to the main chamber. He passed a massive shed snakeskin, noting its size with grim appreciation. The basilisk had grown considerably since he'd originally placed it as guardian. A solid wall carved with entwined serpents blocked the final entrance. "Open," Harry commanded again, and the serpents parted as the wall cracked down the middle, sliding out of sight. The Chamber of Secrets, once his heart's sanctum, stretched before him. Towering stone pillars entwined with carved serpents supported a ceiling lost in darkness. The greenish gloom cast eerie shadows across the ancient stonework, where symbols of Avalerian had been partially overwritten with Slytherin's modifications. Harry moved forward cautiously, his senses extended for any sign of the basilisk or its current master. At the far end of the chamber stood a massive statue of Salazar Slytherin, its monkey-like face a poor substitute for the majestic crystal throne that had once occupied that space. Before the statue lay a small figure in black school robes, face down on the stone floor. As Harry approached, he recognized Ginny Weasley, apparently unconscious, the obsidian amulet glowing darkly at her throat. Standing beside her was a tall, handsome boy of about 16, dressed in Slytherin robes from an earlier era. Though slightly translucent around the edges, his form was solidifying visibly as Harry watched. "Tom Riddle," Harry acknowledged, stopping several meters away. "Or should I say, a memory preserved in an amulet." Riddle looked up, surprise briefly crossing his aristocratic features. "Harry Potter. I didn't expect you to find your way here." His eyes narrowed. "How did you know about the amulet?" "It should have been undetectable." "I have certain sensitivities to magic," Harry replied, assessing the situation. The fragment from the amulet was nearly corporeal, having drained significant life force from Ginny, whose pallor suggested she was approaching a critical state. "Impressive," Riddle said. "Though ultimately irrelevant. You're too late to save the Weasley girl. Her life force has nearly transferred to me. Soon I'll be fully corporeal again." "You're not the only fragment, are you?" Harry observed. "There's the diary as well. Two pieces of the same soul, working toward the same goal." Riddle's expression sharpened with interest. "You know about the diary?" "Curious. It should have been in the girl's possession, yet I've been unable to communicate with that fragment." "Because I have it," Harry stated flatly. "Safely contained where you can't access it." "Clever boy." Riddle circled slowly, his form growing more solid with each passing moment. "Though I wonder how much you truly understand. Do you know what I am, Harry Potter? What I represent?" "I know more than you might expect, Riddle. Or should I call you by your other name, Lord Voldemort?" Riddle smiled coldly. "So you've discovered that?" "Yes, I fashioned that identity years after creating these memory vessels. A new name for the greatest sorcerer who ever lived." "A grandiose claim," Harry replied, "considering you're merely a vessel yourself." That statement stopped Riddle mid-step. "What did you say?" "You're a container, Tom. A well-crafted one, certainly, but ultimately just a vessel for something much older." Harry took a calculated risk. Magisterium, the deceiver. One of the 7 who betrayed Avalerian. The effect was electric. Riddle's expression transformed from confidence to shock, then to an unnatural stillness as something else looked out through his eyes, something ancient and malevolent. "Heraldr," the voice that emerged was no longer Riddle's youthful tone but something deeper, resonant with age. "How unexpected. Vrano said you had returned, but I didn't believe a child could possibly contain you. Underestimating me was always your weakness, Magisterium, Harry replied, allowing his primordial essence to surface slightly, his eyes taking on an unearthly glow. Just as overestimating your own cleverness was your downfall. The entity controlling Riddle laughed, a sound like grinding stone. Yet here I stand, while you hide within a child's form, your power a shadow of what it once was. I'm reclaiming what was mine, Harry countered. Starting with this chamber, which you and your puppet have corrupted from its original purpose. Original purpose? You mean as your precious heart sanctum? Magisterium sneered using Riddle's features. How fitting that Salazar repurposed it to purge those you once championed. The mundane-born witches and wizards you insisted deserved magic's gifts. Is that why you're targeting Muggleborns? Old grudges over my inclusion policies? Harry allowed contempt to color his voice. 5,000 years, and you're still fighting the same tired battle. This is merely the opening move, Magisterium replied. When all 7 fragments reunite, we will reshape the magical world as it should have been, pure, powerful, and under our governance. Harry noted the tactical information revealed, the 7 soul fragments corresponding to the 7 betrayers, their planned reunification. This confirmed his suspicion that Voldemort's creation of Horcruxes was no accident but guided by the ancient entity manipulating him. You won't succeed, Harry said simply. Your first fragment has already been destroyed, and I have the second contained. This is but one chess piece, Magisterium responded. The board is larger than you know. But enough talk. Let us settle this directly. He turned toward the statue. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. The command in Parseltongue echoed through the chamber. Slytherin's statue mouth began to open, revealing a dark tunnel from which Harry could sense the basilisk stirring. Let's see how much of your power has truly returned, old king, Magisterium taunted. Face my basilisk without your ancient strength. Harry made an instant decision. He couldn't reveal his full capabilities yet, but neither could he allow the basilisk to remain under enemy control. He needed a middle path, demonstrating enough power to handle the immediate threat while concealing his true potential. As the enormous serpent emerged from Slytherin's mouth, Harry averted his gaze from its deadly eyes, focusing instead on its magical signature. The basilisk was ancient and powerful, but fundamentally still a magical creature that had once answered to him. Great Serpent, he called in Parseltongue, infusing his voice with a thread of his primordial authority. Remember who first placed you here as guardian. The basilisk paused, its massive head swiveling toward him with uncertainty. 50 feet long and as thick as an oak trunk, the creature's scales gleamed poisonous green in the chamber's dim light. Kill him. Magisterium commanded sharply. He is an enemy of Slytherin's noble work. The basilisk lunged forward, torn between conflicting instincts, its original loyalty to Harry's essence versus the corrupted binding Slytherin had placed upon it, now channeled through Riddle/Magisterium. Harry dodged with supernatural speed, rolling behind a pillar. He needed to neutralize the basilisk without killing it. The creature was not inherently evil but merely corrupted from its original purpose. Drawing his wand for appearance's sake, Harry began casting in rapid succession. First, a blinding spell directly at the basilisk's eyes, not to permanently blind the magnificent creature, but to temporarily disable its deadly gaze. The serpent thrashed in confusion, its primary weapon neutralized. Harry followed with a complex binding charm that wrapped magical restraints around its massive body, slowing its movements. Listen to me, he hissed urgently in Parseltongue. You have been used against your true purpose. You were meant to protect, not kill. The basilisk hesitated, its ancient consciousness recognizing something in Harry's magical signature, a resonance with the being who had first created it. Magisterium, sensing the creature's uncertainty, escalated. I'll handle this myself, he snarled, raising Riddle's wand. Avada Kedavra. The killing curse streaked toward Harry, who reacted with precision born of millennia of magical combat. Rather than dodging physically, he conjured a silver shield that intercepted the deadly green light, absorbing and dissipating its energy. The display of advanced magic clearly shocked Riddle/Magisterium. "Impossible," he breathed. "No shield can block the killing curse." "Conventional shields can't," Harry agreed, lowering the still-smoking construct. "But I've always found conventional approaches limiting." He counterattacked with a barrage of spells, some standard defensive magic a talented second year might know, interspersed with more advanced combat spells that could be attributed to extensive self-study. The combination created the impression of exceptional talent rather than ancient knowledge. As they dueled, Harry maneuvered strategically toward Ginny, whose life force continued draining into Riddle's increasingly solid form. The amulet at her throat pulsed with dark energy, the connection between them visible to Harry's enhanced perception. Magisterium fought with vicious efficiency, Riddle's magical knowledge augmented by the ancient entity's experience. Deadly curses alternated with subtle hexes designed to disorient and disable. Harry defended capably while appearing to struggle appropriately for his apparent age and experience. Meanwhile, the blinded basilisk circled uncertainly, its loyalty divided between competing masters. Harry maintained a portion of his awareness on the creature while focusing primarily on reaching Ginny before her life force depleted entirely. "Your resistance is futile," Magisterium declared, unleashing a particularly nasty curse that shattered the stone pillar Harry had just vacated. "Even if you somehow defeat this vessel, the others remain. The diary, which you claim to possess. The ring, hidden where you'll never find it. The cup, the locket, the diadem, all containing fragments of what you call the 7 betrayers." Harry filed away this critical intelligence while dodging another attack. Magisterium was revealing the Horcrux identities, confirming there were indeed 7 soul fragments corresponding to the 7 betrayers. With a precisely timed feint, Harry rolled past Riddle's guard and reached Ginny, placing his hand directly on the obsidian amulet. The moment he touched it, he channeled his primordial energy in a focused burst, disrupting the life force transfer. Magisterium screamed in rage, feeling the connection sever. Riddle's form flickered, its solidity regressing as the stolen life force began returning to Ginny. "No," the entity roared, abandoning finesse for raw power. A wave of destructive magic radiated outward, threatening to bring down the entire chamber. Harry reacted instinctively, casting a domed shield over himself and Ginny while simultaneously sending a counterpulse of stabilizing energy through the chamber's foundation stones. The ancient structure groaned but held, the original enchantments of Avalerian responding to his will. Taking advantage of Magisterium's rage-induced loss of control, Harry focused on the amulet, which now cracked beneath his palm. Summoning a controlled surge of purifying energy, similar to what had destroyed Quirrell/Vranos, he channeled it directly into the obsidian fragment. The amulet shattered with a high-pitched wail, black smoke billowing upward to form a spectral face contorted in fury. Riddle's form began dissolving, the connection broken as Magisterium's essence was forcibly expelled from its vessel. "This isn't over, Herald," the entity hissed as it dispersed. "The others are awakening. The alignment approaches. We will not allow you to reclaim your throne." "Then prepare for disappointment," Harry replied evenly, maintaining his shield until the last wisps of dark energy dissipated. In the sudden silence, the basilisk remained coiled uncertainly at the chamber's far end, its damaged eyes weeping blood but its presence still formidable. Harry approached it cautiously. "Great Serpent," he hissed respectfully. "You have been misused for centuries. I cannot restore you fully now, but I can offer you peaceful rest until I reclaim my full power." The basilisk lowered its massive head, recognition flickering in its consciousness. "I remember you," it replied haltingly. Before the other speaker, before the long sleep. "Sleep once more," Harry commanded gently. "Return to your sanctuary and await my true awakening. Harm no more innocents." The creature seemed almost relieved, slithering back toward the statue's mouth and into the darkness beyond. Harry sensed it returning to a deeper chamber, its original resting place that predated Slytherin's modifications. With the immediate threats neutralized, Harry turned his attention to Ginny, who was beginning to stir. Her life force was returning, color seeping back into her pale features as the amulet's influence faded. He quickly assessed his tactical position. Ginny would have questions upon waking, and his presence in the chamber required explanation. More significantly, his display of advanced magic risked revealing too much of his true capabilities if reported accurately. A partial memory modification seemed the most prudent solution, not erasing her experiences entirely, which might damage her mind, but altering her perception of certain details. With delicate precision, Harry touched her forehead, adjusting her memories of the confrontation to exclude his more inexplicable abilities. In her modified recollection, Harry would have followed her to the chamber after noticing her strange behavior, confronted a shadowy figure that disappeared when he destroyed the amulet, and helped her return to safety. Close enough to the truth to be believable, vague enough to protect his secrets. Ginny's eyes fluttered open. "Harry," she whispered, confusion evident in her expression. "Where are we? What happened?" "You were being controlled," he explained gently. "An enchanted amulet someone slipped among your things. I followed you down here and managed to destroy it." She sat up shakily, looking around the chamber with horror dawning on her face. "The Chamber of Secrets, was it me? The attacks?" "It wasn't your fault," Harry assured her. "You were being manipulated by very dark magic. But it's over now. The amulet is destroyed." Tears filled her eyes. "I tried to tell someone. I kept having blackouts, finding myself in strange places with no memory of how I got there. But every time I tried to speak about it, I just couldn't." "That was the enchantment preventing you," Harry said. "It's gone now. You're free." He helped her to her feet, supporting her as they made their way back through the chamber toward the entrance pipe. As they walked, Harry considered the broader implications of the night's events. He had confirmed the existence of multiple Horcruxes corresponding to the 7 betrayers. Magisterium's essence had been expelled from its vessel, though not destroyed, it would seek another host or connection to the physical world. The basilisk was neutralized, returning to dormancy until he could properly restore it to its original purpose. Most significantly, he had acquired critical intelligence about the remaining Horcruxes, a ring, cup, locket, and diadem, plus the diary he already possessed. Finding and containing these artifacts would be essential to preventing the betrayer's full return. At the base of the entrance pipe, Harry faced a logistical challenge. Ginny was too weak to climb, and levitating both of them would reveal abilities beyond what he'd allowed her modified memories to include. Fortunately, a solution presented itself in a burst of flame above them. Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, appeared in a shower of golden sparks, descending to hover before them. "Fawkes," Harry greeted, genuinely pleased to see the majestic creature. Phoenixes were among the few magical beings that had existed in his original era, ageless and wise. The bird trilled melodiously, extending its tail feathers in clear invitation. Harry understood immediately, phoenix magic could transport them back to the castle proper. "Hold on to me," he instructed Ginny, gripping Fawkes's tail feathers with his free hand. "This is our way out." With another musical cry, Fawkes lifted them effortlessly, the magic of phoenix flight making their combined weight insignificant as they soared up through the pipe and back into Myrtle's bathroom. The ghost herself shrieked in surprise at their appearance. "You're alive. I was about to report you missing, it's been hours." "Thank you for your concern, Myrtle," Harry said sincerely. "Would you mind finding Professor McGonagall? Tell her we need her in the hospital wing immediately." As Myrtle zoomed away, Harry guided the still weak Ginny through the corridors, Fawkes flying ahead like a fiery beacon. They encountered no one until reaching the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey exclaimed in shock at their bedraggled appearance. "Mr. Potter! Miss Weasley! What in Merlin's name, she needs immediate attention," Harry interrupted. Dark magical influence, now broken but with residual effects. The matron's professional instincts took over, guiding Ginny to a bed and beginning diagnostic charms. "Severe magical exhaustion, some residual dark energy. What happened to this child? I believe I can explain, came Dumbledore's serene voice from the doorway. The headmaster entered, followed by Professors McGonagall and Snape, all wearing expressions of varying concern and suspicion. Harry met Dumbledore's piercing blue gaze steadily. The Chamber of Secrets is sealed, Professor. The basilisk will harm no one else. McGonagall gasped. Basilisk? Potter, are you saying, perhaps we should continue this discussion in my office, Dumbledore suggested, once Madame Pomfrey has stabilized Miss Weasley. The subsequent meeting in the headmaster's tower was a masterclass in strategic information management. Harry presented a carefully edited account of the night's events, emphasizing Ginny's victimization while minimizing his own exceptional actions. He described finding the chamber entrance through logical deduction after researching the previous opening 50 years ago, confronting the shadowy memory entity, and destroying the amulet with a powerful expulsion charm he'd found in a defensive magic textbook. The basilisk returned to its chamber when the controlling influence was removed, he explained. I believe it won't emerge again unless specifically summoned by a Parselmouth. Dumbledore's expression remained thoughtful throughout the narrative. Most remarkable, Harry. Few fully trained wizards could have accomplished what you describe, let alone faced a basilisk and survived. I didn't actually face it directly, Harry clarified, maintaining his cover. I kept my eyes closed and relied on hearing its movements. Mostly I focused on destroying the amulet controlling Ginny. Nevertheless, Dumbledore continued, extraordinary courage and resourcefulness were required. I believe a special award for services to the school is in order, at minimum. McGonagall nodded vigorously. Absolutely. And 300 points to Gryffindor. Snape remained silent, his dark eyes evaluating Harry with uncomfortable intensity. Unlike the others, the potion's master seemed less convinced by the simplified narrative, his natural suspicion alerting him to the gaps in Harry's account. When the meeting concluded and Harry was escorted back to Gryffindor Tower, he reflected on the night's strategic outcomes. The immediate threat to Hogwarts was neutralized. Ginny was safe, her life force restored. The basilisk was returned to dormancy in a way that preserved its existence while preventing further harm. More importantly, he had acquired crucial intelligence about the Horcruxes containing the essences of the 7 betrayers. With this information, he could begin systematically locating and neutralizing these threats before the final alignment of the crown constellation. As he prepared for bed, exhaustion finally catching up with his 12-year-old body, Harry gazed out the dormitory window at the night sky. The 7 stars of the crown gleamed more brightly than before, their alignment visibly progressing toward the configuration that would mark the peak of his power restoration. 2 down, 5 to go, he thought, calculating the months remaining before the perfect alignment. Time enough, perhaps, to find the remaining Horcruxes and prepare for the final confrontation with the betrayers who had ended his reign 5,000 years ago. This time, he would not face them alone. This time, he had allies who stood with him by choice rather than obligation. This time, he understood the value of human connection alongside primordial power. The ancient king was reclaiming his strength, but Harry Potter was becoming something new in the process, something neither his enemies nor his original self could have anticipated. Chapter 3, Kingdom Come. The ancient text crumbled to dust in Harry's hands, its knowledge now safely preserved in his memory. He'd spent the summer meticulously tracking down obscure references to Avalerian across Europe, each fragment leading him closer to the locations of the remaining Horcruxes. 13. Nearly 14. His physical body was developing alongside his steadily returning powers. The absorption of the Philosopher's Stone and destruction of 2 soul fragments had accelerated his reconnection with his primordial essence, though he remained far from his original strength. Find anything useful? Daphne asked, entering the Greengrass family's private library where Harry had secluded himself since morning. He looked up, appreciating the quiet confidence with which she carried herself. Possibly. A reference to the diadem of wisdom that crowns the forgotten place. It might relate to Ravenclaw's lost diadem. Daphne settled into the chair across from him. which you believe contains one of the fragments you're seeking. They'd reached an understanding over the summer. After the Chamber of Secrets incident, Harry had accepted her invitation to stay at Greengrass Manor for 2 weeks. During that time, their conversations had gradually moved from academic theory to the truth of his search, though he'd revealed only portions of his true nature, testing her loyalty and perception. "The pattern fits," he replied. "Objects of significant magical history, connected to the founders." The diary belonged to Riddle but carried Slytherin's legacy. "The ring is likely Gaunt family, also connected to Slytherin. The cup would be Hufflepuff's, the diadem Ravenclaw's. And something of Gryffindor's for the 7th? Harry shook his head. "The 7th is different. I believe Voldemort intended to create it using my death as an infant." He didn't mention his suspicion that the fragment had accidentally lodged in his scar, now absorbed into his primordial essence. Daphne's blue eyes studied him with that perceptive gaze he'd come to appreciate. "You're not telling me everything." "No," he admitted. "Some knowledge is dangerous even to allies." "Is that what we are, Potter? Allies?" There was something in her tone, not hurt, exactly, but a challenge. Harry set aside the remaining texts, giving her his full attention. "We're more than that, I think." The summer had changed things between them. What began as intellectual respect had deepened into something neither had named yet. Daphne understood him in ways others couldn't, her family's ancestral memories providing context for his occasional slips into archaic thinking. Her expression softened. "My father says the Ministry's in an uproar. Sirius Black's escape has them deploying Dementors around Hogwarts." "I know." Harry's expression darkened. He'd been monitoring the situation through various channels. "Black's connection to my parents' murder makes me the assumed target." What he didn't share was his growing suspicion that Black had been framed. The magical signature on the Potter's Fidelius charm, which he traced through careful investigation of Godric's Hollow, suggested a different secret keeper than official records indicated. "Will you join us for dinner? Mother's been dropping hints all day about wanting your company." Harry smiled. "Of course. I should thank her again for hosting me." Lady Greengrass had been surprisingly accommodating of his presence, though Harry suspected she had her own agenda. The ancient families were repositioning themselves as rumors of Voldemort's potential return circulated in pure-blood circles. The Greengrasses, traditionally neutral, seemed to be hedging their bets. As they walked through the manor's elegant corridors, Harry reflected on how differently his summer had unfolded compared to previous years. After a minimal stay with the Dursleys to maintain the blood protection, he divided his time between the Greengrass estate, the Burrow, and carefully planned excursions to locations connected to Avalerian or the Horcruxes. The Weasleys had returned from Egypt with stories of ancient tombs and curses. Ron's enthusiasm was infectious, though Harry paid particular attention to Bill Weasley's professional insights into ancient magic. The eldest Weasley brother possessed impressive knowledge about magical artifacts and protection spells, knowledge that might prove useful in his Horcrux hunt. Dinner with the Greengrasses was a sophisticated affair, conversation flowing seamlessly between magical theory, politics, and art. Lord Greengrass, a tall man with Daphne's analytical eyes, seemed determined to understand Harry's perspective on various ministry policies. "The Dementor deployment concerns me," he commented, slicing his roast pheasant with precision. "Cornelius claims it's for student protection, but placing soul-feeding creatures around children seems counterproductive." "Perhaps protection isn't the primary objective," Harry suggested. "The Ministry needs to appear proactive after Black's escape embarrassed them." Astute observation. Lord Greengrass nodded approvingly. The appearance of control often matters more than actual security in politics. While Dementors guard empty corridors, the real threats may come from unexpected directions, Harry added, thinking of the Horcruxes and the awakening betrayers they contained. Lady Greengrass, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke. "You speak like someone who has experienced threats firsthand, Mr. Potter." Harry met her gaze evenly. 2 consecutive years at Hogwarts have involved life-threatening situations, Lady Greengrass. I've learned to anticipate danger rather than react to it. A wise approach. She turned to her younger daughter. Astoria, perhaps you should reconsider Beau's batons if Hogwarts continues its unfortunate trend of perilous incidents. Astoria, who had been following the conversation with bright-eyed interest, straightened in her chair. I won't be driven away by fear, Mother. Besides, with Harry teaching defense skills to students, we're better prepared than the Ministry might expect. Harry noticed Daphne's slight smile at her sister's declaration. The Greengrass sisters shared a resilience that reminded him of certain noble families from Avalerian, pragmatic adaptability coupled with principled determination. After dinner, Lord Greengrass invited Harry to his study, a wood-paneled room lined with ancient texts and magical artifacts. The man poured himself a small measure of fire whiskey before settling behind his desk. I've watched you this summer, Mr. Potter, he began without preamble. You research like a scholar twice your age, correspond with international contacts through that remarkable owl of yours, and have somehow earned my eldest daughter's respect, which is no small feat. Harry remained silent, waiting for the man to reach his point. The Greengrass family has survived for centuries by recognizing shifts in magical power before they become obvious to others. Lord Greengrass studied him over the rim of his glass. Something is awakening. The signs are subtle but unmistakable to those who know what to look for. What signs have you noticed? Harry asked carefully. Magical fluctuations at ancient sites. Creatures behaving abnormally in the forests of Eastern Europe. Dreams reported by sensitives across multiple countries, dreams of a crowned figure returning. He set down his glass. Our family records speak of a cycle, Mr. Potter. A 5,000-year rhythm in magic itself. Harry controlled his expression, though inwardly he was reassessing Lord Greengrass's knowledge. That's a very specific time frame. Indeed. The man opened a drawer, removing a small wooden box carved with symbols Harry recognized with a shock, the royal crest of Avalerian, nearly identical to the one he'd worn on his armor 5 millennia ago. Lord Greengrass placed the box on the desk between them. This has been passed down through 20 generations of Greengrass patriarchs. I was instructed to open it only when certain celestial conditions were met, conditions that will occur this coming spring. Harry's pulse quickened. The alignment of the crown. Lord Greengrass's eyes sharpened. You know of it. I've done my research. Have you indeed? The man leaned forward. Then you'll understand why I'm interested in your plans for the coming year, Mr. Potter. Because whatever awakens when those stars align will reshape our world, for better or worse. Harry considered his options carefully. Lord Greengrass clearly knew something of Avalerian's history, but the exact extent remained unclear. A partial truth seemed the wisest course. I'm searching for magical artifacts connected to Voldemort, he said. Objects containing fragments of a power that predates modern wizardry. I believe destroying these objects is essential before the alignment occurs. Lord Greengrass nodded slowly. The memory keepers spoke of 7 betrayers who would try to prevent the king's return. 7 vessels containing their essence. The memory keepers? Harry asked, though he suspected the answer. Families tasked with preserving knowledge of the First Age. The Greengrasses were among them. He tapped the box. This contains an artifact meant to be returned to its rightful owner when the stars align properly. I believe you may have insights into who that might be. The conversation confirmed Harry's growing suspicion. The Greengrasses weren't merely potential allies but had been preserving aspects of Avalerian's legacy for millennia. Their assistance could prove invaluable in his quest to reclaim his kingdom and defeat the 7 betrayers. I'll help you locate the owner when the time comes, Harry promised. Lord Greengrass seemed satisfied with this answer. Until then, know that our resources are at your disposal. Within reason, of course. Of course. Harry nodded, recognizing the careful political positioning. I appreciate your confidence, Lord Greengrass. Later that evening, as Harry packed for his return to the Weasleys the following day, Daphne appeared in his doorway. "He showed you the box, didn't he?" she asked without preamble. Harry looked up. "You knew about it?" "Every Greengrass heir is shown the artifacts on their 11th birthday." She entered, closing the door partially behind her. "There are 7 such objects among the remaining Memory Keeper families. Together, they're said to restore the king's full power when the crown aligns." 7 families preserved 7 artifacts, Harry mused. "Do you know the others?" "Some have been lost. The Ollivanders have one. The Lovegoods once did, though I'm not sure if they still do." She hesitated. "The Blacks possessed another, but it may have been lost during their family's decline. The information was valuable, potential shortcuts to reclaiming portions of his original power without revealing his identity prematurely." "Thank you for telling me this," he said sincerely. Daphne studied him in the dimming light. "One day, you'll tell me the whole truth about who you are, won't you, Harry?" The use of his first name, rare from her, emphasized the personal nature of the question. He met her gaze directly. "When I can. When it's safe for you to know." She nodded, accepting this promise. "Be careful at Hogwarts this year. Black may be the obvious threat, but I suspect he's not the one you should fear most." "No," Harry agreed. "He's not." After she left, Harry returned to his preparations, methodically organizing the books and notes he'd accumulated. His plans for the year ahead were taking shape: locate the remaining Horcruxes, identify which betrayers they contained, and neutralize them before the crown's alignment in late spring. The game was growing more complex, but for the first time in millennia, he felt he might have the resources to win it. Platform 9 3/4 bustled with the usual start-of-term chaos, though Harry noted a heightened tension among the parents this year. Sirius Black's escape had created an atmosphere of unease that permeated even this traditionally joyous occasion. "Harry." Hermione's voice cut through the crowd moments before she engulfed him in a tight hug. "How was your summer?" "I got your letters, but they were frustratingly vague about what you were actually doing." He smiled, genuinely pleased to see her. "Research, mostly." "And yours? How was France?" "Fascinating. The magical quarter in Paris dates back to Roman times, and their approach to enchantment theory is completely different from British methods." Her eyes gleamed with intellectual excitement. "I brought back some books that aren't available here, including one on ancient magical civilizations that mentions something called the Kingdom of Avalerian. Have you heard of it?" Harry maintained his composure despite his surprise. "Vaguely." "Why does it interest you?" "Because the astronomical section describes a celestial event occurring this spring, the alignment of 7 specific stars called the Crown." She lowered her voice. "And it links this alignment to the possible return of lost magical knowledge from that civilization." Before Harry could respond, Ron joined them, talking animatedly about Egypt and his family's adventures. Harry welcomed the interruption, needing time to process Hermione's discovery. Her research was advancing uncomfortably close to truths he wasn't ready to reveal. As they boarded the train, Harry noticed subtle changes in his friends. Ron had grown several inches, his lankiness more pronounced but his movements more confident. Hermione's hair was less bushy, her features maturing into an elegant arrangement that reminded him increasingly of someone from his past, though the specific memory remained frustratingly elusive. They found a compartment occupied only by a sleeping man whose shabby robes contrasted with his relatively young face. Professor R.J. Lupin, Hermione identified, reading his battered suitcase. "How do you know he's a professor?" Ron asked. "It's obvious. That must be the new defense against the dark arts teacher." Harry studied the sleeping figure with interest. The man's magical signature was unusual, layered with a non-human energy that suggested a magical condition or curse. More intriguing was the faint resonance that connected him to Harry's own magical core, not a primordial connection, but something more recent. As the train pulled away from the station, they exchanged summer stories. Harry shared edited versions of his research trips, while Ron described Egyptian tombs and Hermione detailed French magical theory. The familiar camaraderie felt comforting after months of more calculated interactions with the Greengrasses and others. Their journey proceeded normally until, several hours in, the train began to slow. "We can't be there yet," Hermione said, checking her watch. The lamps extinguished, plunging them into darkness. Through the window, Harry saw shadowy figures boarding the train. The temperature dropped precipitously, frost crystallizing across the glass. "Something's coming," Harry warned, his primordial senses detecting the approaching entities. The compartment door slid open to reveal a towering cloaked figure, its face hidden beneath a hood. A skeletal hand protruded from its robes, then withdrew as the creature drew a long, slow, rattling breath. Intense cold swept through the compartment. Harry felt it differently than his companions, not just physical discomfort but a direct assault on his magical essence. The Dementor was attempting to feed not only on happy emotions but on the primordial energy that constituted his true self. In his mind, he heard screaming, Lily Potter's final moments, but beneath that, older memories, the cries of his ancient subjects as Avalerian fell, the triumphant howls of the 7 betrayers as they bound his essence and scattered it across time. Harry reacted instinctively, drawing on his deepest power. Before he could release it, however, Professor Lupin was on his feet, wand extended. "None of us is hiding Sirius Black under our cloaks. Go," he stated firmly. When the Dementor remained, Lupin muttered, "Expecto Patronum." Silver light erupted from his wand, driving the creature back. The lights flickered on as warmth gradually returned to the compartment. Harry found himself on the floor, Ron and Hermione kneeling beside him with worried expressions. "Are you all right?" Hermione asked, her face pale. Harry nodded, accepting the chocolate Lupin offered. As he bit into it, warmth spread through his body, but his mind remained troubled. The Dementor had affected him more severely than it should have, recognition of his dual nature making him simultaneously more vulnerable and more dangerous to the soul-feeding creatures. "What happened?" Ron asked Lupin, who was checking the corridor. "A Dementor. One of the guards of Azkaban, searching the train for Sirius Black." Lupin's gaze settled on Harry with a complex mixture of concern and curiosity. "They feed on happiness, leaving only despair. Some people are more affected than others, especially those who have experienced significant trauma." The professor didn't say it, but Harry understood the implication. His collapse suggested psychological wounds deeper than most 13-year-olds should possess. What Lupin couldn't know was that Harry had experienced not just the trauma of his parents' murder, but the cataclysmic fall of an entire civilization, his civilization, millennia ago. The remainder of the journey passed uneventfully, though Harry noted Lupin watching him with thoughtful consideration when he thought himself unobserved. At Hogwarts, their arrival was met with increased security, Dementors positioned at every entrance to the grounds. During the welcoming feast, Dumbledore addressed the Dementor presence with obvious disapproval, warning students to give the creatures a wide berth. Harry detected tension between the headmaster and Minister Fudge, who was present for the announcements, political friction that might provide useful leverage later. More interesting was Dumbledore's introduction of Lupin as defense professor and, surprisingly, Hagrid as the new Care of Magical Creatures instructor. Harry applauded both appointments sincerely. Hagrid's inherent connection to magical creatures might provide insights into the basilisk and other ancient beings, while Lupin's apparent competence with defensive magic would be valuable given the year's likely challenges. Later, in the Gryffindor dormitory, Harry strengthened his mental shields before sleep. The Dementor's intrusion had been a warning, his defenses needed reinforcement before facing greater threats. As his consciousness drifted, he reached toward the stars, sensing the crown's continuing movement toward alignment. 6 months remained until the culmination. 6 months to locate and neutralize the remaining Horcruxes. 6 months to prepare for his full awakening as Herald, Primordial King of Avalerian. Classes resumed with the familiar rhythm of Hogwarts life, though Harry approached them with new purpose. Each subject offered potential resources for his quest, Transfiguration's principles of magical transformation applicable to Horcrux destruction, charms providing techniques for artifact detection, even herbology yielding knowledge of plants with properties effective against dark enchantments. Defense against the dark arts proved most immediately valuable. Professor Lupin demonstrated genuine expertise, his lessons practical and engaging. When he introduced a boggart for hands-on experience with fear manipulation, Harry hung back, uncertain what form his deepest fear might take in his current state. Thinking it might be a Dementor, Lupin asked quietly as students faced the shapeshifter one by one. Wise. I'm not sure we need another one in here. Not exactly, Harry replied, watching as Neville transformed a Snape boggart into his grandmother's clothing. I'm more concerned about what it might reveal. Lupin's eyes sharpened with interest. Boggarts show our fears, not our secrets. Sometimes they're the same thing, Harry countered. The professor seemed to reassess him in that moment. You're not what I expected, Harry. I get that a lot. Their conversation was interrupted by Ron's turn with the boggart, which transformed into a giant spider before acquiring roller skates in an amusing display of the ridiculous charm. When class ended, Lupin asked Harry to remain behind. I knew your parents, he said without preamble once they were alone. We were close friends at Hogwarts. Harry had suspected as much from the man's magical signature. You were one of my father's friends? With Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew? Lupin's expression tightened. Yes. Though clearly Sirius was never the friend we believed him to be. Harry considered how to approach this delicate subject. His investigation over the summer had yielded compelling evidence of Black's innocence, but revealing this knowledge prematurely might compromise his sources. Professor, what do you know about Fidelius charms? He asked instead. That's advanced magic, Harry. Beyond OWL level. But you know how they work. Lupin nodded slowly. The secret keeper is the only person who can reveal information protected by the charm. Your parents used it to hide from Voldemort, with Sirius as their secret keeper. Are you certain it was Sirius? Harry pressed. Could it have been changed without everyone knowing? A flash of something, doubt, perhaps, crossed Lupin's face before he controlled his expression. Why do you ask? I've been researching my parents' deaths, Harry said simply. Some details don't align with the official account. Lupin studied him with increasing curiosity. What kind of research could you possibly have conducted on such a well-documented event? The kind that involves examining the magical residue still present at Godric's Hollow, Harry replied, revealing more than he'd intended but needing to establish credibility. The signature on the Fidelius fragments doesn't match what's recorded in Ministry archives. The professor's face paled. That's impossible. Only Department of Mysteries researchers could detect such residue, and even then, after 12 years. I have certain sensitivities to magic, Harry said, echoing the explanation he'd given to others who noticed his unusual abilities. Especially magic connected to my parents. Lupin seemed torn between professional skepticism and personal hope. Even if, and I stress if, there were irregularities, Sirius was found at the scene of Pettigrew's murder, laughing, with 12 dead muggles around him. Was there a trial transcript? Harry asked. I couldn't find one in the public records. There was considerable chaos after Voldemort's fall. Lupin's expression suggested this question had occurred to him before. The evidence was considered irrefutable. Harry decided he'd planted enough doubt for one conversation. I should get to my next class. Thank you for discussing this, Professor. Harry, Lupin called as he reached the door. Be careful with this line of inquiry. Some would consider questions about Black's guilt to be dangerous. I'm used to dangerous questions, Harry replied with a small smile. They often lead to the most valuable answers. The exchange left him cautiously optimistic. Lupin's reaction suggested he wasn't entirely convinced of Black's guilt, a potential ally when the truth eventually emerged. More immediately, the professor's expertise might prove useful in locating and containing Horcruxes, if he could be brought into Harry's confidence without revealing too much. As September progressed, Harry divided his attention between classes, research, and strategic relationship development. The defense study group he'd established the previous year expanded further, now including students from all houses and years. He delegated leadership responsibilities based on specific talents, Hermione handling magical theory, Ron managing practical drills, and Luna Lovegood, surprisingly, taking charge of creative problem-solving exercises that proved remarkably effective. "You're building an army," Daphne commented during one session, watching as 30 students practiced shield charms in coordinated pairs. "I'm building a community," Harry corrected, though he didn't disagree with her underlying observation. "People who can protect themselves and each other." The timing seems significant, she noted. 6 months before the alignment. Harry met her knowing gaze. "Coincidences do happen. Not around you, they don't." She nodded toward where Luna was demonstrating an unusual variant of the disillusionment charm. "She knows something, doesn't she? More than I do." "Luna sees things differently," Harry acknowledged. "Not always accurately, but often insightfully." Indeed, the ethereal Ravenclaw had been dropping increasingly specific comments that suggested her sight was strengthening as the alignment approached. Just yesterday, she'd handed Harry a drawing of a crown made of stars, beneath which stood 7 figures with a larger crowned form rising above them. "The whispers are getting louder," she'd said dreamily. "They say the king walks among us, gathering his strength while the 7 stir in their vessels." Such statements might sound like Luna's typical eccentricity to others, but Harry recognized the authentic vision beneath her odd phrasing. She was perceiving fragments of truth about his nature and purpose, though filtered through her unique perspective. His Horcrux investigation progressed slowly but steadily. Through careful correspondence with Bill Weasley about curse-breaking techniques, he developed methods for detecting objects containing soul fragments. Applying these during weekend explorations of the castle had yielded his first major discovery, Ravenclaw's diadem, hidden in the room of requirement among centuries of discarded items. Harry hadn't immediately destroyed it, instead containing it within specialized wards while he studied its properties. The fragment inside, which he identified as containing Vexum, the betrayer of wisdom, seemed dormant, unlike the more active pieces he'd encountered previously. This suggested the Horcruxes varied in awareness and influence based on their creation order or specific properties. October brought deteriorating weather and Harry's first confrontation with the Dementors during a stormy Quidditch match. Flying high above the pitch, seeking the snitch through sheets of rain, he'd suddenly found himself surrounded by dozens of the hooded creatures, their collective presence creating a vortex of cold that threatened to drain his very essence. In that critical moment, with his teammates distant and unaware, Harry made a calculated risk. Drawing on his primordial core, he released a pulse of pure energy, not enough to reveal his true nature, but sufficient to repel the Dementors temporarily while he descended to safer altitude. The incident convinced him to master the Patronus charm as quickly as possible. He approached Lupin for private lessons, explaining his vulnerability to Dementors as a consequence of his parents' murder. "The Patronus is extremely advanced magic," Lupin warned during their first session. "Many qualified wizards struggle with it." "I understand," Harry said. "But I need to defend myself, especially if the Dementors continue ignoring Dumbledore's boundaries." Lupin nodded grimly. "They're growing bolder. The Ministry claims they're merely hungry after months without their usual Azkaban feeding, but I suspect something more concerning. They sense something about you that draws them." "My primordial essence," Harry thought. Aloud, he said, "all the more reason to master the charm." The lessons progressed more rapidly than Lupin expected. Harry's ancient understanding of protective magic allowed him to grasp the charm's principles intuitively, though he deliberately paced his apparent learning to maintain believability. By their third session, he produced an incorporeal shield. By the fifth, a distinct animal form began to take shape. "Remarkable progress," Lupin commented, watching the silvery figure circling the classroom. "Your father would be proud. He was exceptionally talented with charms as well." "What was it like?" Harry asked. Being friends with my parents? Lupin's expression softened with nostalgia. James was brilliant, creative, loyal, occasionally arrogant but with a good heart. Lily was fierce, intellectually and emotionally. She stood up for what was right, even when it was difficult. And Sirius Black? Harry prompted carefully. Before everything. A shadow crossed Lupin's face. Sirius was like James's brother. Inseparable. He lived with your grandparents after running away from his own family at 16. He hesitated. That's what made his betrayal so unthinkable. None of us saw it coming, except perhaps Dumbledore, who advised against making him secret keeper. Harry seized on this slip. But they did make him secret keeper. Yes, Lupin stopped, frowning. Why do you keep returning to this point? Because it doesn't make sense, Harry replied honestly. If Dumbledore advised against Sirius, and my parents trusted Dumbledore, why proceed with him as secret keeper? Unless they changed to someone else without telling everyone, Lupin finished, the doubt in his eyes growing stronger. But who? Who would be least suspected? Harry suggested. Someone people might underestimate. Understanding dawned on Lupin's face. Peter, he whispered. But that would mean that Sirius Black is innocent of betraying my parents, Harry concluded. And possibly innocent of killing Pettigrew as well. Lupin sat heavily in a nearby chair. This is, if you're right, Harry, an innocent man has spent 12 years in Azkaban. I believe I am right, Professor. The magical evidence at Godric's Hollow suggests Pettigrew was the secret keeper. And I suspect he framed Sirius for those murders before disappearing. Disappearing how? His finger was all they found. Harry had theories, involving animagus transformations he deduced from patterns in Lupin's reminiscences, but revealing too much might raise questions about his sources. I don't know yet. But I'm going to find out. The conversation marked a turning point in his relationship with Lupin. The professor began sharing more information about James and Lily, while subtly assisting Harry's investigation into Sirius Black's case. More significantly, Lupin's expertise proved valuable for Harry's Horcrux research, though he carefully framed his questions in academic terms. Theoretically, Harry asked during one lesson, if a dark wizard embedded a fragment of soul into an object, what would be the most effective way to destroy it? Lupin's eyes widened. That's extraordinarily dark magic, Harry. Where did you encounter such a concept? The restricted section, Harry lied smoothly. I was researching protective enchantments and found references to their opposites, ways to bind life force to objects. The professor looked skeptical but answered nonetheless. Such objects would be nearly indestructible by conventional means. Basilisk venom, fiend fire, perhaps certain ancient rituals. Why the interest? Academic curiosity, Harry replied. Understanding dark magic helps develop better defenses. Though clearly unconvinced by this explanation, Lupin didn't press further. Harry filed away the information. Basilisk venom, which he potentially had access to through the chamber, could provide a safe destruction method without revealing his primordial abilities. As the term progressed, Harry noticed subtle shifts in his closest associates. Hermione's intuitive understanding of magical theory deepened beyond what research alone could explain. Ron's strategic instincts sharpened, his casual suggestions in defense practice revealing military insight inconsistent with his background. Neville's confidence grew alongside his magical strength, particularly in earth-based magic. Most intriguing were the dreams they began reporting, vivid scenes they couldn't fully explain upon waking. Hermione described architectural details of a crystal palace she'd never seen. Ron mentioned battle formations using weapons that didn't exist in the modern era. Neville talked about gardens containing plants extinct for millennia. Their remembering, Harry realized with a mixture of excitement and concern. The alignment is awakening memories of their past lives in my royal court. This development, while potentially valuable, added complexity to his plans. If his inner circle began recognizing their ancient connections before he was ready to reveal himself, it could create unpredictable reactions. He needed to manage this awakening carefully, guiding it without forcing premature revelations. December arrived with snow blanketing the grounds and holiday preparations lightening the castle's mood. On the last Hogsmeade weekend of term, Harry used his invisibility cloak to visit the village undetected, despite not having a signed permission form. His primary objective wasn't butterbeer or honeydukes, but gathering intelligence from conversations in the Three Broomsticks, where ministry officials often spoke more freely than they should. His patience was rewarded when he overheard Fudge, McGonagall, Flitwick, and Hagrid discussing Sirius Black with Madame Rosmerta. Their conversation confirmed his suspicions about the lack of trial and added a crucial detail: Black had been named Harry's godfather, creating a magical bond that would make betrayal extraordinarily difficult. More disturbing was learning that Black had apparently been going mad in his final weeks at Azkaban, repeatedly muttering, "He's at Hogwarts." The Ministry interpreted this as referring to Harry, but given his evidence of Black's innocence, Harry suspected a different target, perhaps Pettigrew himself. Returning to the castle, Harry considered his next steps. The Horcrux hunt was progressing steadily. He had contained the diadem and identified likely locations for the ring, the Gaunt Shack in Little Hangleton, and the locket, potentially Grimmauld Place, the Black family home. The cup remained more elusive, though he had narrowed possibilities to several high-security locations including Gringotts. More pressing was the Sirius Black situation. If his godfather was indeed innocent and hunting Pettigrew rather than him, Harry needed to establish contact. But doing so without alerting the Ministry or exposing his own unusual knowledge presented challenges. The solution came unexpectedly on Christmas morning. Among his presents was an unmarked package containing a magnificent firebolt racing broom. While Ron marveled at the professional-grade equipment, Hermione's suspicions were immediately aroused. "Who sent it?" she demanded. "There's no card." "Does it matter?" Ron countered. "It's a firebolt." Harry examined the broom carefully, his primordial senses detecting no malevolent enchantments, but he did recognize a faint magical signature that resonated with his own. A godfather's magic, connected to him through ancient bonds of protection and loyalty. "I think I know who sent it," he said quietly. "And it's not who McGonagall will suspect." He was right. Hermione's well-intentioned report to their head of house resulted in the broom's confiscation for testing. Harry didn't protest, knowing the examination would reveal no tampering and provide a convenient explanation for his continued interest in Black's case, natural curiosity about a gift that might have come from his godfather. January brought heavy snow and increased Dementor activity around the castle perimeter. Harry's Patronus lessons with Lupin advanced to practicing against a Boggart Dementor, his silver guardian now taking clear form as a creature Lupin couldn't identify, neither stag like James nor doe like Lily, but something more ancient with antlers that resembled a crown. "I've never seen a Patronus quite like it," Lupin admitted after a particularly successful session. "Patron uses usually take familiar animal forms, but yours seems mythical." Harry watched the silver being paced protectively around them. Perhaps it reflects something beyond personal experience. Perhaps. Lupin's thoughtful gaze suggested he was adding this to his growing collection of Harry-related mysteries. "Our next lesson will be our last, I think. You've mastered the charm more thoroughly than many adult wizards." During their final session, Harry decided to take a calculated risk. "Professor, I need to ask you something, and I need complete honesty." Lupin tensed slightly but nodded. "I'll try. Were my father and his friends animagi?" The question clearly blindsided Lupin, color draining from his face. "Why would you ask that?" "Because it would explain how Sirius Black escaped Azkaban, if he could transform into something small enough to slip between bars." Harry paused. "And it might explain how Pettigrew could have faked his death, leaving only a finger behind." Lupin sat down heavily. "You've put together more than I realized. I also know why you miss classes around the full moon," Harry added gently. "Your condition doesn't concern me, Professor. But the truth about my godfather does." After a long silence, Lupin spoke quietly. James was a stag. Sirius, a large black dog. Peter, a rat. He looked up, conflict evident in his eyes. If what you've suggested is true, if Peter was the secret keeper and framed Sirius, then I've spent 12 years believing the wrong friend was a traitor. I think that's exactly what happened, Harry confirmed. And I think Sirius escaped when he somehow learned that Pettigrew is alive and at Hogwarts. Lupin's brow furrowed. But how could he know that? And how could Peter be here without being recognized? A rat would be easy to disguise as a pet, Harry suggested. Particularly a rat that's lived far longer than normal rats should. Understanding dawned in Lupin's eyes. Scabbers, he whispered. Ron's rat. He's ancient, missing a toe. Where a finger would have been cut off, Harry finished. I believe Sirius recognized Peter in a newspaper photograph last summer. The Weasleys were in Egypt, and their picture was in the Daily Prophet, with Ron holding Scabbers. Lupin stood abruptly. We need to find that rat. Now. Their confrontation with Ron's pet had to wait, however. When they arrived at Gryffindor Tower, they discovered chaos. Sirius Black had apparently broken into the castle and slashed the fat lady's portrait trying to gain entrance to the tower. The school went into immediate lockdown. Students gathered in the Great Hall while staff searched the castle. Harry used the confusion to pull Hermione and Ron aside, quickly explaining his theory about Scabbers. That's insane, Ron protested. Scabbers has been in my family for 12 years. Precisely the point, Harry said urgently. Normal rats live 3 years at most. And didn't Percy find him right around the time Pettigrew supposedly died? Hermione's analytical mind was already connecting the pieces. The timing fits. And remember how he's been looking ill since Black escaped. If he knows he's being hunted. I don't believe it, Ron insisted, though doubt crept into his voice. Where is he now? In our dormitory, last I saw, Harry replied. We need to secure him before he realizes we suspect. They couldn't act immediately due to the lockdown, but when students were finally allowed to return to their dormitories under prefect escort, the three friends moved quickly to Ron's bedside. The rat was nowhere to be found. He's gone. Ron exclaimed, searching under the bed. And look, my sheets are torn, like he left in a panic. Harry examined the dormitory window, finding it slightly ajar. He escaped. He must have sensed we were onto him. The revelation transformed their understanding of the situation. With Lupin's reluctant confirmation of their theory, they now knew they were dealing with two animagi, one falsely accused, hunting the true traitor who was now at large in the castle. Harry adjusted his plans accordingly. Sirius Black was no longer a threat to monitor but a potential ally to contact. Peter Pettigrew was a dangerous variable, a servant of Voldemort who might seek to reunite with his master or the remaining Horcruxes. We need to find Sirius before the Dementors do, Harry told Lupin privately. He'll keep trying to reach Pettigrew, which means staying near Hogwarts despite the danger. Lupin nodded grimly. I have some ideas where he might hide. The question is, can we trust him after 12 years in Azkaban? That place, it changes people, Harry. He's my godfather, Harry replied simply. And he's innocent. I owe him the chance to prove it. Their opportunity came in February during a Hogsmeade weekend. Using his invisibility cloak and the secret passages he'd discovered on the Marauders map, gifted to him by Fred and George earlier in the year, Harry slipped away from the supervised excursion to meet Lupin at the edge of the village. The professor led him to a cave in the mountains overlooking Hogsmeade, where a large black dog waited, watching them warily. When they entered, the dog transformed into a gaunt man with long matted hair and hollow eyes that held the haunted look of prolonged suffering. Remus, Sirius Black croaked, his voice rough from disuse. You brought him. You believe me. Harry convinced me, Lupin replied. He figured it out before I did. Sirius turned to Harry, his emaciated face showing a complex mixture of emotions. You look so like James. Except the eyes. My mother's eyes, Harry finished, having heard this many times. Everyone says so. Not just the color, Sirius said, studying him intently. There's something in them, older than you are. The observation was uncomfortably perceptive. Harry changed the subject. We know about Pettigrew. He was hiding as Ron's rat but escaped when we figured it out. Sirius growled, sounding momentarily like his animagus form. I was so close. Got into the castle, right to his dormitory, but the blasted rat wasn't in his bed. He's still in the area, Lupin assured him. The map shows him occasionally, though he seems to be hiding in the walls most of the time. The map, Sirius repeated with a ghost of a smile. I'd forgotten about that. Mischief managed, indeed. They spent hours in that cave, Sirius recounting the events of 12 years ago, how James and Lily had switched secret keepers to Pettigrew, believing the apparent weakness of their friend would make him less suspected than Sirius. How he'd gone to check on Peter the night of the attack, found him missing without signs of struggle, and realized the betrayal. How he'd confronted Pettigrew in that Muggle street, only to be framed when the rat blew apart the street, cut off his own finger, and transformed to escape through the sewers. I laughed, Sirius admitted hollowly. They thought I went mad, but it was just, the absurdity of it all. The perfect plan, turned against us by the person we least suspected. As Harry listened, he assessed Sirius carefully. The man was damaged but not broken, his mind remained sharp despite the Dementor's influence, his magical core intact though weakened by malnourishment and trauma. With proper recovery, he could become a valuable ally in the coming conflict. More personally, Harry found himself drawn to this connection to his parents. Though his primordial self had existed for millennia, the human part of him, the boy who had grown up without family, responded powerfully to this link to James and Lily Potter. We need to clear your name, Harry said when Sirius finished his account. Capturing Pettigrew would be ideal, but even without him, we might find evidence in the magical residue at Godric's Hollow. Sirius looked surprised. You've been to Godric's Hollow? Last summer, Harry confirmed, not elaborating on how he'd managed this unsupervised excursion. The magical signatures are still detectable if you know what to look for. Most adult wizards couldn't identify such traces after 12 years, Lupin noted, giving Harry that now familiar look of analytical curiosity. Harry shrugged. As I said, I have certain sensitivities to magic, especially concerning my parents. Before they left, Harry provided Sirius with food, warm clothing, and a secure communication method, a pair of enchanted mirrors that had originally belonged to James and Sirius during their school days, recovered from James's vault. I'll contact you when I have more information, Harry promised. Stay hidden, but stay close. When the time comes to act, we'll need to move quickly. Sirius clasped his arm with surprising strength. You're extraordinary, Harry. Not just like James or Lily, but something entirely your own. His penetrating gaze suggested he sensed more than he could articulate. Whatever you're involved in, and I suspect it's something significant, I'm with you. That's what godfathers are for. The meeting solidified another piece in Harry's expanding network of allies. Sirius provided not only a connection to his parents but a powerful wizard whose unique situation, officially criminal but actually innocent, created strategic opportunities outside normal legal constraints. As they returned to Hogwarts, Lupin's expression was troubled. You're gathering people, Harry. Me, Sirius, your study group, those Slytherins you correspond with. Why do I get the feeling you're preparing for something beyond Pettigrew or even Voldemort? Because you're perceptive, Professor, Harry replied honestly. The game is larger than most realize, the pieces more numerous, and the stakes higher. What game exactly? Harry gazed toward the castle, ancient home built upon even more ancient foundations. One that began 5,000 years ago and will conclude this spring, when the crown aligns. March brought thawing grounds and accelerating plans. Harry balanced multiple objectives with increasing urgency as the alignment approached. The Horcrux hunt progressed steadily, the diadem contained and studied, the ring's location confirmed through careful research in ministry records regarding the Gaunt family. Acquiring the ring would require a carefully planned excursion to Little Hangleton, ideally during the Easter break when his absence from Hogwarts wouldn't raise alarms. The locket's location remained uncertain, though Sirius's knowledge of his family home at Grimmauld Place provided promising leads. His inner circle continued showing signs of awakening memories. Hermione increasingly filled her notes with architectural sketches of crystal spires and mathematical formulas that hadn't been used in millennia. Ron described tactical formations in their defense sessions that exactly matched those of Avalerian's Royal Guard. Neville's connection to plants strengthened dramatically, his magic resonating with growing things and patterns Harry recognized from his former court botanist. Most significantly, Luna's sight expanded, her dreamy comments becoming more specifically prophetic. The 7 stars nearly crowned the returning king, she announced during one defense session, her voice carrying an otherworldly resonance that silenced the room. The vessels crack as ancient enemies stir. What was scattered shall reunite when spring reaches its peak. The statement, delivered in Luna's typical matter-of-fact tone but with undeniable authority, left students murmuring uncertainly. Harry quickly redirected their attention to shield practice, but not before catching Hermione's calculating gaze and Daphne's knowing nod. Later that evening, Hermione cornered him in the common room after others had gone to bed. "We need to talk about Luna's prophecy," she said without preamble. "And about the crown alignment you've been researching all year." Harry assessed her carefully. Hermione's memories were clearly stirring, but incomplete recognition might cause more confusion than clarity at this stage. "What do you think it means?" "I think," she said slowly, "that something ancient is awakening. Something connected to astronomical conditions occurring this spring." She hesitated. "And I think you know exactly what it is." "Why would you think that?" "Because you've changed, Harry. Not just this year, but since first year, moments when you say or do things that don't fit. Times when your eyes look older." She pulled out a journal filled with her precise handwriting. "I've been keeping track. The pattern suggests you're connected to whatever's coming." Harry smiled slightly. Of course Hermione would document her observations. Meticulous attention to detail had been her hallmark as his royal astronomer in Avalerian, though she didn't yet consciously remember that role. "You're right," he acknowledged. "I am connected to what's coming. But explaining exactly how would be premature and potentially dangerous, for you and others." Her frustration was evident. "I'm having dreams, Harry. Dreams of places I've never been, people I've never met, knowledge I couldn't possibly have." She opened her journal to pages filled with astronomical calculations. "These predict the exact alignment Luna mentioned, the crown constellation reaching perfect formation on May 23rd. "Yes," Harry confirmed. "The date is correct." "What happens then?" she pressed. "A convergence of power," he replied carefully. "A culmination of something that began 5,000 years ago." Hermione studied him intently. "And your role?" "Central," he admitted. "But that's all I can safely tell you now. The rest will become clear as the date approaches. Your dreams are part of that clarity emerging." She seemed torn between intellectual curiosity and respect for his boundaries. "Are we in danger? Is this why you've been teaching defense to half the school?" "There are opposing forces," Harry explained. "Entities that don't want the alignment to complete its purpose. They've created vessels to contain their essence, objects of significant magical power. Like the diary that possessed Ginny last year," Hermione realized. "And you're trying to find them before the alignment?" "Yes." "Then I want to help," she stated firmly. "Whatever you're not telling me, whatever risks are involved, I'm already part of this, aren't I? These dreams aren't random." Harry considered his options. Hermione's analytical mind would be invaluable in locating the remaining Horcruxes, especially if her subconscious memories continued surfacing. The risk of partial knowledge had to be balanced against the benefit of her conscious assistance. "You're right," he finally said. You are already part of this, have been for longer than you know. And yes, I could use your help, particularly with research about certain magical artifacts. Her eyes lit with determination. Tell me what to look for. That conversation marked a shift in his approach. Rather than managing his friend's awakening memories from a distance, Harry began actively guiding the process, providing carefully selected information that would stimulate recognition without forcing premature revelations. To Ron, he introduced strategic exercises based on Avalerian military formations, presented as ancient defensive techniques he'd discovered in his research. To Neville, he provided rare seeds with properties unchanged since the First Age, encouraging his growing confidence with plants. To Luna, he acknowledged her sight directly, asking specific questions about what the whispers told her regarding the approaching alignment. Most complex was his evolving relationship with Daphne, which had developed beyond intellectual respect into something neither had explicitly defined. Their correspondence continued despite both being at Hogwarts, exchanging letters that combined personal reflections with strategic planning and magical theory. During Easter break, while most students returned home, Harry executed his plan to retrieve the Gaunt Ring. With Sirius's assistance, his godfather's animagus form providing both transportation and lookout capabilities, he traveled to Little Hangleton and located the dilapidated shack where the Horcrux was hidden. The ring's protective enchantments were formidable, layers of curses designed to kill or maim anyone attempting to claim it. Harry recognized Voldemort's magical signature interwoven with something older and darker, Calzix, the betrayer of flesh, whose specialty had been transmuting living matter in agonizing ways. Stay back, Harry warned Sirius, who had transformed to human form as they approached the shack. The defenses are lethal. What exactly are we looking for? Sirius asked, wand ready as he scanned for conventional threats. A ring with a black stone, Harry replied. Family heirloom of the Gaunts, but magically corrupted. It contains a fragment of Voldemort. Sirius's expression hardened. Like the diary that possessed Arthur's daughter. You're hunting these things? Yes. There are 7 total. I've already secured 2, destroyed 1. Harry didn't elaborate on the connection to the 7 betrayers, that explanation would come later, when Sirius was ready. Working methodically, Harry dismantled the protective enchantments surrounding the shack. The process required precision, disturbing the layered curses in the wrong sequence would trigger devastating consequences. He used a combination of conventional counter-curses and subtle applications of his primordial magic, disguised as advanced wand work. When they finally entered the decrepit building, the ring's dark energy was immediately apparent, a malevolent pulse emanating from beneath rotting floorboards. Harry located it within a golden box, nestled in velvet alongside a note in Parseltongue warning would-be thieves. Don't touch it directly, Harry cautioned as he levitated the ring into a specially prepared container. It carries a wasting curse that would kill within hours. Sirius watched with growing concern. Harry, how do you know all this? This is beyond Newt-level curse detection. I told you, I have certain sensitivities to dark magic, Harry replied, securing the container. Particularly concerning Voldemort. His godfather's expression suggested he wasn't satisfied with this explanation but recognized pushing wouldn't yield better answers. What next? You mentioned destroying these objects. Not yet, Harry said. I need to study this one first, understand its specific properties before neutralizing it safely. The trip yielded not only the ring but strengthened his alliance with Sirius, whose intelligent questions and observations confirmed his value beyond mere familial connection. As they returned to Hogsmeade under cover of night, Harry shared more details about the remaining Horcruxes, particularly the locket's possible connection to Grimmauld Place. If it's there, we'll need to move carefully, Sirius warned. My family home is protected by ancient enchantments, and my mother's portrait will alert my deranged house elf to intruders. Creature, Harry murmured, the name surfacing from his research. He might actually be key to finding the locket. House elves have different magic, often able to circumvent wizard enchantments. Sirius looked skeptical but agreed to attempt contact with Creature when safely away from Hogwarts. Be careful with that ring, he added as they parted. Whatever you're not telling me about these objects, I can sense they're more dangerous than standard dark artifacts. I will, Harry promised. And Sirius, thank you for trusting me without full explanations. His godfather's haunted eyes softened slightly. James and Lily would be proud of whatever you're trying to accomplish. I can see that much, even without understanding all the details. Back at Hogwarts, Harry added the ring to his collection of contained Horcruxes, now stored in a magically expanded space beneath the floor of the Chamber of Secrets, the one location in the castle where their dark energy wouldn't be detected by Dumbledore or other sensitive wizards. April brought warming weather and increased urgency. The crown's alignment was visible even to ordinary observers now, the 7 stars drawing closer to their perfect configuration. Throughout the castle, sensitive students reported strange dreams and inexplicable sensations, while the magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest grew increasingly restless. Harry's inner circle showed more dramatic signs of awakening. Hermione's calculations predicted the exact time of alignment, 9:47 p.m. on May 23, with precision that clearly surprised even her. Ron's strategic suggestions in defense sessions incorporated terminology from Avalerian's military code, terms he couldn't possibly have learned from modern sources. Most dramatically, Neville experienced a sudden magical growth spurt, his previously modest abilities expanding dramatically in areas connected to earth and plant magic. During herbology, he instinctively calmed a venomous tentacula using an ancient melody Harry recognized from Avalerian's royal gardens, a song Neville couldn't have consciously known. Daphne reported similar phenomena among her Slytherin associates. Blaise Zabini had developed unprecedented skill with weather-related charms, while her sister Astoria demonstrated precognitive flashes during divination class. The pattern suggested members of Harry's former court were awakening across all 4 houses, their past connections transcending modern sorting divisions. The process accelerated when Harry successfully located Hufflepuff's cup through an unexpected source. Dobby, the house elf he had freed from the Malfoys using a sock trick after the chamber incident, had maintained contact, occasionally providing useful information from his new position at Hogwarts. The great Harry Potter seeks special cup, Dobby whispered during a kitchen visit. Dobby hears things from other elves. Mistress Lestrange has special cup in her vault, cup with badger that feels wrong to elf magic. This intelligence, combined with records from the original Hufflepuff family that Hermione had unearthed, confirmed the cup's location in Bellatrix Lestrange's high-security Gringotts vault. The challenge of accessing it seemed insurmountable until Sirius provided a crucial legal detail. As the last male Black, I'm technically head of the family, he explained through their mirror communication. Bellatrix is a Black by birth. There might be provisions allowing family access to her vault, especially with appropriate documentation from the Ministry. Which we can't get while you're a wanted fugitive, Harry pointed out. No, but there may be another angle. My cousin Andromeda, also a Black by birth, was disowned for marrying a Muggleborn. If we could have her reinstated to the family. The plan took shape, using evidence of Sirius's innocence, approach Amelia Bones at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement for a private review of the case. If convinced, she might issue limited documentation recognizing Sirius as the Black family head without publicly exonerating him, a stopgap measure until Pettigrew could be captured. With this documentation, Andromeda could be reinstated and potentially access her sister's vault as a blood relative with the head's authorization. Complicated, legally questionable, but potentially viable. The execution would require precise timing and considerable luck, but with the alignment approaching, such risks became necessary. Meanwhile, Luna's visions grew more specific. The vessels are gathering, she announced during a private conversation with Harry. The 7 fragments sense the coming alignment and seek to reunite before the king reclaims his throne. What do you see when you look at me, Luna? Harry asked directly, curious how much her sight revealed. She tilted her head, silver eyes seeming to look through rather than at him. Layers, she replied simply. The boy on the surface, the king beneath, and something older than both at the core. A being of light wearing human form, like putting on clothes that don't quite fit. The assessment was uncomfortably accurate. And you're not afraid of this knowledge? Why would I be? The Raxperts say you're the same person you've always been, just more so. She smiled serenely. Besides, my mother's family has served the crowned one for generations, even when they forgot what they were serving. Harry realized with surprise that the Lovegoods must be descendants of his court oracles, explains Luna's natural sight and her family's perpetual pursuit of creatures others considered imaginary. Many Lovegood specials were actually distorted descriptions of beings that had existed in Avalirian but faded from the modern world. Your clarity helps me, Luna, he acknowledged. When the time comes, I'll need voices that understand what's happening. The whispers say 7 will stand with the king when the crown aligns, she replied. Each remembering their ancient oath in time to fulfill it anew. The prophecy aligned with his own sense of the approaching culmination. 7 of his inner circle would fully awaken to their past identities when the alignment peaked, their combined power helping to channel the cosmic energy required for his complete restoration. May arrived with accelerating events. Harry's careful cultivation of political connections through the Greengrass family yielded results when Amelia Bones agreed to a confidential meeting regarding Sirius's case. The evidence Harry presented, including magical recordings of Pettigrew's essence from the Shrieking Shack where the rat had been briefly cornered before escaping, convinced her to issue limited documentation acknowledging Sirius's position as head of House Black pending full investigation. This documentation, combined with magical law precedents Hermione had discovered, allowed Andromeda Tonks to be reinstated to the Black family. With Sirius's formal authorization and a carefully worded request regarding family heirlooms incorrectly stored in Bellatrix's vault, she was granted limited access by Gringotts goblins who recognized the ancient family laws superseding normal security protocols. The cup was recovered, contained, and transported to Harry's growing collection in the chamber. With 4 Horcruxes secured, the diadem, ring, cup, and diary, only the locket and Nagini, Voldemort's snake, which Sirius had confirmed as a likely Horcrux through intelligence from old Death Eater connections, remained. The locket's location was finally confirmed through Creature, who revealed a heartbreaking story of accompanying Voldemort to a seaside cave, being forced to drink a torturous potion, and watching the Dark Lord hide the locket in a basin. Regulus Black, Sirius's younger brother, had later sacrificed himself retrieving the locket and ordering Creature to destroy it, a task the elf had been unable to complete due to the Horcrux's powerful protections. With this information, Sirius recovered the locket from Grimmauld Place, where Creature had kept it hidden for years. Harry added it to his collection, now housing 5 of the 7 Horcruxes. Only Nagini remained beyond his reach, presumably with Voldemort's weakened form somewhere in Eastern Europe according to Sirius's intelligence. Harry calculated that the 5 Horcruxes already contained would be sufficient for his purposes when the alignment occurred. Nagini could be dealt with when Voldemort eventually made his move to return. As May 23 approached, the castle's magical atmosphere grew increasingly charged. Strange phenomena manifested throughout Hogwarts, portraits reporting movements in their backgrounds that shouldn't be possible, staircases rearranging in patterns not seen for centuries, the Great Lake's surface occasionally shimmering with luminescence that Hagrid claimed hadn't occurred in living memory. The castle itself seemed to be awakening to its original nature as the capital of Avalirian, the foundations responding to the approaching alignment and Harry's strengthening connection to his primordial essence. Dumbledore watched these developments with obvious concern, his attention increasingly focused on Harry's activities. Their occasional, coincidental, meetings in corridors became more frequent, the headmaster's questions more pointed about Harry's research and extracurricular interests. "I notice you've been exploring the castle quite thoroughly this year," Dumbledore commented during one such encounter near the Room of Requirement. "Including areas most students never discover." "Hogwarts reveals itself to those who seek understanding," Harry replied, intentionally echoing a phrase from Hogwarts, a history. "Indeed it does." Dumbledore's blue eyes lacked their usual twinkle. "Though what it reveals may depend on what one is looking for. Some secrets are best approached with guidance, Harry." "Are you offering guidance, Professor?" I would, if asked. The headmaster studied him thoughtfully. You remind me increasingly of another student I once knew, brilliant, secretive, gathering followers while pursuing knowledge others overlooked. The comparison to Tom Riddle was clear, though Harry recognized it as a test rather than an accusation. There are many ways to pursue knowledge, sir. Not all paths lead to darkness. True. Intent matters greatly. Dumbledore stroked his beard. What is your intent, Harry, with these study groups that span all houses? With these midnight expeditions to forgotten corners of the castle? With the ancient texts you've been corresponding about with various international scholars? Harry smiled slightly, appreciating the breadth of Dumbledore's monitoring. To be prepared, Professor. The alignment approaches, and with it, challenges beyond what most can imagine. Dumbledore's expression sharpened. You know about the crown alignment? Yes. As do you, clearly. It is mentioned in certain obscure astronomical texts, the headmaster acknowledged. Connected to legends of a primordial kingdom that predates modern magical civilization. Avalerian, Harry supplied. Its magic runs deep beneath Hogwarts. You must have sensed it during your decades here. I have sensed something. Dumbledore's admission seemed reluctant. Particularly in recent months, as the constellation approaches alignment. The castle feels expectant. It remembers, Harry said simply. Stone holds memory longer than parchment or people. Their conversation left Harry certain that Dumbledore suspected something significant about his nature, though not the complete truth. The headmaster's watchfulness would complicate the final preparations, but not prevent them. The alignment's power transcended even Dumbledore's considerable abilities to contain or control. The final week before the alignment brought dramatic acceleration in his inner circle's awakening. Hermione approached him in the library, her hands shaking as she presented a journal filled with writings she claimed to have produced while half asleep. I don't understand any of this, she whispered, showing him pages of complex astronomical calculations and architectural diagrams. It's like someone else is using my hand. Harry recognized the work immediately, Mersenka's distinctive approach to celestial mathematics, precision that had made her the finest royal astronomer in Avalerian's history. Not someone else, he assured her. A part of you that's remembering. Remembering what? I've never studied advanced astronomy or whatever architectural style this represents. But you have, Harry said gently. Just not in this lifetime. Her eyes widened. You're suggesting, past life memories? That's not scientifically validated magic, Harry. Science and magic have more overlap than modern wizards acknowledge, he replied. The alignment is triggering remembrance in those whose souls have connections to what came before. These calculations, she said, pointing to a specific page. They predict a magical convergence at exactly 9:47 p.m. on the 23rd, centered on Hogwarts. The energy release would be astronomical. Yes. And you're planning to be at the center of it, aren't you? Her perceptive gaze searched his face. Whatever you're not telling us, it connects to this event. Harry nodded. When the time comes, you'll understand completely. For now, trust that these memories are genuine, not delusions. They're preparing you for what's coming. Similar conversations occurred with others in his inner circle. Ron described tactical formations he couldn't possibly have learned. Neville reported dreams of tending gardens with plants extinct for millennia. Luna spoke with increasing clarity about the royal court of Avalerian, though still in her uniquely oblique manner. Most significantly, Daphne approached, when the alignment completes, when you reclaim your full power, what happens to Harry Potter? Does he disappear into heraldry? The question cut to the heart of his own uncertainty. 5,000 years ago, he had been heraldry exclusively, the primordial king, powerful but isolated by his very nature. His human incarnation as Harry had introduced experiences, connections, and emotions his original self had never fully understood. I don't know exactly, he answered honestly. But I believe I'll be both, Heraldor's power and purpose, tempered by Harry's human experiences. A synthesis rather than a replacement. That's what I needed to hear, she said softly. Because I'm remembering Lysandra, but I'm still Daphne. And it's Daphne who... She paused, then continued with characteristic directness. It's Daphne who cares for Harry, not just Lysandra who served Heraldor. The distinction mattered, their modern connection developing independently of their ancient bond, strengthened by it rather than defined by it. Harry took her hand, the gesture uncharacteristically vulnerable for both his current and former selves. Whatever happens on the 23rd, that won't change, he promised. The night before the alignment, Harry gathered his inner circle in the room of requirement, which had configured itself into a circular chamber reminiscent of Avalerian's council room. 7 people joined him, Hermione, Ron, Neville, Luna, Daphne, Ginny, and surprisingly, Blaise Zabini, whose memories of his past life as Harry's spymaster had recently surfaced. Tomorrow night, the crown constellation achieves perfect alignment, Harry explained, standing before an astronomical projection showing the 7 stars. When that happens, a magical convergence will center on Hogwarts, specifically on the foundations beneath the Great Hall. The Heart Sanctum, Luna said dreamily. Where the throne once stood. The others looked at her in surprise, then back to Harry. Luna's right, he confirmed. Hogwarts was built upon the ruins of a much older civilization, the Kingdom of Avalerian. Its magic has been dormant but not destroyed, waiting for the proper alignment to reawaken. And you're connected to this kingdom, Hermione stated rather than asked. That's what's behind your differences. The things you know that you shouldn't, the abilities you try to hide. Yes. Harry met each of their gazes. I am Heraldor, the primordial king of Avalerian, reborn into this form to reclaim what was lost 5,000 years ago when 7 trusted advisors betrayed me and scattered my essence across time. The declaration hung in the air, momentous yet somehow not surprising to those present. Their awakening memories had prepared them for this revelation. We were there, Ron said slowly. That's why we're remembering things we couldn't possibly know. You were my royal court, Harry confirmed. Each with specific roles and powers. The alignment is reawakening those memories and abilities within you. The 7 betrayers, Daphne continued, they're the ones whose essences are in those objects you've been collecting. Voldemort's Horcruxes. Exactly. He was manipulated into creating vessels for their return, not understanding he was serving entities far older than himself. Harry indicated the astronomical projection. When the alignment peaks tomorrow night, both forces will attempt to utilize its power, the betrayers to fully return, and I to reclaim my kingdom. What do you need from us? Neville asked, his voice steadier than it had ever been in this lifetime. Your presence at the convergence point. Your awakened memories. Your willingness to stand against whatever forces attempt to prevent the restoration. Harry looked around the circle. I won't command you as I once did. This time, I ask for your help freely given. One by one, they nodded, not with blind loyalty but with the determined commitment of people who understood, at least partially, what was at stake. There's something you're not telling us, Hermione noted perceptively. About what happens after. Harry sighed. The restoration of Avalerian would fundamentally change magical reality. Modern wizardry exists as it does because primordial magic was bound and limited after my fall. If fully restored. The world changes, Blaise concluded. Magical boundaries redrawn. But not everyone would welcome that, Ginny pointed out. The ministry, those with power in the current system. Hence the opposition we're likely to face, Harry confirmed. Not just from the 7 betrayers, but potentially from those who fear change, even beneficial change. They discussed practical preparations late into the night, positioning, timing, potential interference from various quarters. When they finally departed, each carried specialized instructions and contingency plans for the following evening. Harry remained in the room of requirement alone, meditating as the hours counted down. His preparations were as complete as possible, 5 Horcruxes contained in the chamber, his inner circle awakening to their past identities, the school's normal routines providing cover for their gathering at the crucial moment. Yet uncertainties remained. Dumbledore's watchfulness. Voldemort's potential movements, sensing the approaching alignment through his connection to the betrayers. The unpredictable reactions of the modern magical world to primordial energy returning. Most significantly, the personal transformation he would undergo when fully reconnected with his primordial essence. Would Harry Potter, the boy who had experienced love and friendship, temper Heraldry's more absolute nature? Or would the ancient king's perspective overwhelm the human experiences of his current incarnation? As dawn approached, Harry reached a resolution. Whatever came, he would seek balance between his dual natures, the wisdom and power of Heraldry with the human connections and empathy of Harry. That synthesis represented something neither had achieved alone, a ruler who understood his subjects not just as a benevolent sovereign but as one who had lived among them. The final day arrived with uncanny calm. Classes proceeded normally despite the castle's increasingly charged magical atmosphere. Harry attended each session, maintaining the appearance of routine while monitoring developments through his extended senses. The betrayers were stirring within their containers, the 5 Horcruxes resonating with the approaching alignment. In the chamber, Harry had arranged them in a specific pattern that would channel rather than block their energy when the moment came, not fighting their power but redirecting it to serve his restoration instead of their return. Dumbledore's attention remained fixed on him throughout the day, the headmaster appearing, coincidentally, in corridors between classes, his blue eyes watchful and concerned. During dinner in the Great Hall, he repeatedly glanced toward Harry's position at the Gryffindor table, clearly sensing something significant approaching. At precisely 9 p.m., Harry activated the first phase of his plan. His inner circle departed the common room separately, using various pretexts to avoid suspicion. Harry himself remained visible in the Gryffindor common room until 9:30, maintaining a casual conversation with Dean and Seamus before excusing himself to return a book to the library before curfew. Under his invisibility cloak, he made his way not to the library but deep beneath the castle, to the Chamber of Secrets where the 5 Horcruxes awaited. The containers he designed held them in a precisely arranged pattern around a central platform, the exact spot that, 5,000 years ago, had housed his throne. Working quickly, Harry activated runic sequences carved into the chamber's floor, ancient symbols that predated Slytherin's modifications, connecting to the original magic of Avalerian. The patterns illuminated with soft blue light, revealing the true architecture of the Heart Sanctum beneath Slytherin's serpentine overlays. As the chamber's appearance shifted, its walls becoming crystalline rather than stone, Harry sensed his inner circle gathering in the Great Hall directly above. They would create the upper connection point, while he established the lower foundation, creating a vertical channel for the alignment's power. At 9:40, he felt the first tremors of the approaching convergence, not physical shaking but magical resonance as the crown constellation moved into its final configuration. The Horcruxes pulsed with dark energy, the betrayers within sensing their opportunity. Harry took his position at the center of the runic circle, 7 points of light surrounding him, each connected to one member of his royal court gathering above. Through these connections, he could feel their awakening memories strengthening, their magical signatures shifting closer to the patterns they had carried 5,000 years ago. At 9:45, resistance began. The castle wards fluctuated as Dumbledore, sensing the magical disturbance, attempted to stabilize them. Harry felt the headmaster's powerful magic sweeping through Hogwarts, searching for the source of the growing energy convergence. Simultaneously, the Horcruxes' containers began to crack, dark wisps of malevolent consciousness leaking through as the betrayers fought against his containment. Their unified will pressed against his control, seeking freedom as the alignment approached its peak. "Not this time," Harry murmured, channeling power into the runic circle. The blue light intensified, forming a protective barrier around him while still allowing the necessary connection to the celestial forces gathering above. At 9:46, the chamber's transformation accelerated. Crystal pillars erupted from the floor, replacing Slytherin's serpent columns with the original architecture of the Heart Sanctum. The ceiling became transparent, revealing not the castle above but a direct view of the night sky, where the 7 stars of the crown now stood in near-perfect alignment. In the great hall above, according to the plan, his inner circle would have arranged themselves in the corresponding pattern, channeling their awakening memories into focused intention. Harry could feel their presence like bright flames against his magical senses, their power growing as ancient knowledge returned. At precisely 9:47 p.m., the crown achieved perfect alignment. A beam of concentrated starlight penetrated the castle, passing through the great hall where his court stood in formation, continuing downward through layers of stone and earth to strike the center of the heart sanctum where Harry waited. The impact was beyond physical sensation, pure primordial energy connecting directly to his essence, bypassing his human form to reach the ancient core of his being. Harry felt his consciousness expanding exponentially, 5,000 years of separated existence reuniting in a single blinding moment of restoration. Memories cascaded through him, not just from Heraldra's reign, but from before that, from the very formation of magic itself. He remembered the creation of Avalerian, the establishment of the first magical principles, the original covenant with magical creatures. He remembered the golden age of his kingdom, the flourishing of knowledge and harmony, before ambition corrupted his closest advisors. As his true power flooded back, the Horcrux's containers shattered completely. The betrayers emerged in spectral form, Vranos the Shadow, Magisterium the Deceiver, Calzix the Flesh Turner, Vexum the False Wisdom, and Soriath the Void Speaker. They materialized around him, their ghostly figures flickering with hatred and hunger. The alignment comes too late, Heraldra, hissed Vranos. We have prepared for centuries. Your power returns to a world we have shaped in your absence. The modern wizards will never accept your rule, Magisterium added. They fear what they don't understand. We have cultivated that fear through generations. Harry rose from the platform, his physical form now suffused with primordial light. When he spoke, his voice carried the resonance of his original being while maintaining Harry Potter's inflections. You misunderstand what I seek to restore, he replied, power rippling through the chamber. Not domination but balance. Not separation but integration. I return not as conqueror but as guardian. Pretty words from one who once ruled absolutely, mocked Calzix. Your nature cannot change, primordial king. Power corrupts even the eternal. But I am not merely eternal now, Harry countered. I am also human. I have lived as mortal, experienced love and loss, friendship and sacrifice. The Harry within me tempers what Heraldra alone might become. The spectral betrayers attacked in unison, 5 streams of corrupted primordial energy striking toward his glowing form. Harry raised his hand, not in defense but in redirection, channeling their power into the runic circle beneath him. You still don't understand, he said as their attack strengthened his position rather than weakening it. I'm not fighting against you. I'm transforming what you offer. Above, in the great hall, chaos had erupted. According to the magical signatures Harry could sense, Dumbledore and the faculty were attempting to contain the pillar of light now connecting sky to foundation. Students were being evacuated as the castle itself began to transform, ancient architecture revealing itself beneath the familiar Hogwarts structure. His inner circle maintained their positions despite the confusion, their awakened memories now fully active. Through his expanded awareness, Harry could perceive them clearly, Hermione/Mersenne channeling astronomical knowledge to stabilize the alignment's flow, Ron/Darien applying military precision to maintain their formation, Neville/Elthorn connecting to the earth magic beneath the castle to prevent structural collapse. Luna/Celia's sight extended beyond physical limitations, perceiving and communicating the pattern of events unfolding across multiple planes of existence. Daphne/Lysandra maintained diplomatic connections to the castle's sentient elements, negotiating safe passage through the transformation. Ginny/Phaeris controlled the fire elements emerging from dormant runes, while Blaise/Noctis managed the boundaries between light and shadow as the castle's true nature emerged. The betrayers, realizing their attack was being repurposed, changed tactics. Instead of directing their energy at Harry, they extended their influence outward, seeking vulnerable minds to possess and control. "The old man comes," Vranos announced with malicious glee. "The one who calls himself greatest wizard of the age. His power is considerable for a modern mage, perhaps sufficient to host my essence while I destroy you." Harry sensed Dumbledore approaching the chamber's entrance, the headmaster's considerable magical presence distinctive even amid the chaotic energies swirling through the castle. The threat of possession was genuine. The betrayers could temporarily inhabit powerful wizards, though not as completely as they had existed in the Horcruxes. "You will not touch him," Harry declared, extending protective enchantments outward. "Nor any other within these walls." Drawing on his restored abilities, he created a barrier not of opposition but of purification. Any entity attempting to possess another would find their corrupted energy cleansed, their essential nature revealed. The betrayers howled in frustration as this defense closed off their avenue of attack. The chamber's entrance opened to admit Dumbledore, whose normally composed features registered shock at the transformed space. The crystal architecture of Avalerian had fully replaced Slytherin's chamber, the central platform now a rising spire of light with Harry suspended at its center. "Harry," Dumbledore called, his wand raised but hesitant. "What have you done?" "What was necessary, Professor," Harry replied, his voice echoing with dual nature. "The restoration approaches completion." "Restoration of what?" The headmaster's gaze took in the spectral betrayers, the runic patterns, the transformed chamber. "This magic is unlike anything in recorded history." "Because it predates recorded history," Harry explained. "Hogwarts was built upon the ruins of Avalerian, my kingdom from 5,000 years ago. I am Heraldor, reborn as Harry Potter to reclaim what was lost when these 7 betrayed me." He indicated the ghostly figures. "They scattered my essence across time, limiting magic itself in the process." Understanding dawned in Dumbledore's eyes. The prophecy, it wasn't about Voldemort at all. Or rather, not only about him. Voldemort is merely a vessel, manipulated by forces he never comprehended, Harry confirmed. The power the Dark Lord knows not, it wasn't love alone, but my true nature. Before Dumbledore could respond, the chamber shuddered as the alignment reached its absolute peak. The convergence of celestial power intensified, the beam of starlight widening to encompass the entire platform. Harry felt the final barriers between his dual natures dissolving, Heraldor and Harry becoming a single integrated consciousness. With this integration came perfect clarity. He understood now what neither Heraldor alone nor Harry alone could fully grasp, the necessary balance between primordial power and human connection, between ancient wisdom and modern adaptability. The betrayers sensed this transformation and made their final desperate attempt. Unable to possess others or attack Harry directly, they combined their remaining essence into a concentrated blast of corrupted energy aimed not at him but at the foundations of the castle itself. "If we cannot rule, then all shall fall," they cried in unison, their spectral forms merging into a dark singularity that struck downward toward the bedrock beneath Hogwarts. Harry responded instantaneously, diving into the stream of destructive force. Rather than opposing it directly, he embraced the corruption, his integrated being capable of transmuting rather than merely deflecting. "You still define power as domination," he said as he absorbed their combined essence. "But true power lies in transformation." The dark energy entered his luminous form, momentarily dimming his radiance before being converted into pure creative force. Harry channeled this power back into the castle's foundations, not destroying them but reinforcing and revealing their true nature. Throughout Hogwarts, ancient architecture began emerging from within seemingly solid walls. Crystal spires extended from towers, living gardens unfurled in corridors, and staircases reconfigured themselves into patterns that defied conventional space. The great hall's enchanted ceiling transformed from merely reflecting the sky to actually opening to it, the boundary between inside and outside becoming permeable. The spectral betrayers, drained of their corrupted essence, faded to mere echoes, not destroyed entirely but reduced to their original uncorrupted forms, the advisors they had been before ambition twisted them. Harry descended to the chamber floor, his physical form stabilizing though still suffused with primordial light. Dumbledore watched him with an expression that mixed awe, concern, and profound curiosity. "The restoration is complete," Harry said, his voice now settled into a natural synthesis of his dual aspects. "Avalarian's magic returns to the world, not replacing modern wizardry but enhancing and expanding it." "And you?" Dumbledore asked softly. "Which are you now, Harry or Heraldra?" "Both," he replied simply. The king tempered by the boy's experiences. The boy empowered by the king's wisdom. I needed both to become what was truly intended. Above them, through the now transparent ceiling, the crown constellation began to shift out of perfect alignment, its purpose fulfilled. The pillar of light gradually diminished, though the transformations it had wrought remained. "Your inner circle," Dumbledore noted, glancing upward where 7 distinct magical signatures still maintained their formation. "They were part of this too. My royal court, reborn alongside me. They've remembered who they once were, while remaining who they are now." Harry smiled. "Much like myself." "And what happens now?" the headmaster asked. "The ministry will not simply accept a primordial king suddenly announcing his return and transforming Hogwarts." "I don't expect them to," Harry acknowledged. "Nor do I intend to rule as I once did. The world has changed in 5,000 years, changed in ways that have value. My purpose is guardianship, not domination." He gestured, and the chamber began ascending, the entire structure rising through stone and earth without disturbing it, until they emerged in the great hall where his inner circle awaited. The students and faculty who hadn't been evacuated watched in astonishment as the crystalline heart sanctum integrated seamlessly with Hogwarts architecture. Harry's friends, his court, approached him with expressions of wonder and recognition. They had fully awakened to their dual natures, each maintaining their modern personality while incorporating their ancient knowledge and abilities. "It worked," Hermione/Marsank said, her eyes alight with the astronomical understanding of millennia. "The convergence was perfect." "Thanks to your calculations," Harry acknowledged. "All of you performed exactly as needed." Daphne stepped forward, her gaze meeting his directly. "And you? Are you still Harry as well as Heraldra?" He reached for her hand, the gesture deliberately human rather than royal. "Yes. More completely than I expected." The integration brought clarity rather than subjugation of either aspect. The relief in her expression was evident. Around them, Hogwarts continued its transformation, not into an exact replica of ancient Avalarian but into a harmonious blend of both epochs, the practical functionality of the founder's design enhanced by the luminous architecture of the primordial kingdom. Outside the castle, magical creatures from the Forbidden Forest had gathered, sensing the return of ancient power. Centaurs, thestrals, unicorns, and beings long hidden from wizard sight approached in peaceful recognition of restored balance. "The coming days will be challenging," Harry told his circle as ministry officials began arriving, summoned by frantic communications from evacuated staff. "Not everyone will welcome this change. Some will fear it, others attempt to control it." "What exactly has changed?" Ron asked practically. "Besides the castle's appearance?" "The boundaries of magic itself," Harry explained. "Spells that were impossible under modern limitations will become accessible. Creatures long thought mythical even by wizard standards will return. The separation between magical and non-magical worlds will remain, but with greater permeability for those with perception to see beyond conventional boundaries." Luna smiled serenely. "The Raxperts are dancing. They say the world is remembering what it forgot." "Precisely," Harry agreed. "Not an overthrow of the current order, but an expansion of what's possible within it." As the first ministry officials entered the transformed Great Hall, led by a wide-eyed Cornelius Fudge, Harry straightened, preparing to explain what could never be fully explained to those who hadn't experienced it. The political challenges ahead would require all of Lysandra/Daphne's diplomatic skill, all of Noctis/Blaze's strategic subtlety. Yet he felt prepared in a way neither Heraldra alone nor Harry alone could have been. The primordial king had lacked the human understanding necessary for this new world, the boy had lacked the power and wisdom to guide the transition. Together, integrated, he could navigate the complex future unfolding before them. Minister Fudge, he greeted calmly as officials surrounded them, wands cautiously raised. I understand you have questions. Let me begin by introducing myself properly. He extended his hand, deliberately maintaining the appearance of the 13-year-old boy they recognized while allowing just enough of his true aura to establish authority without intimidation. I am Harry Potter, and I am Heraldor of Avalerian. The kingdom has returned, not to conquer but to restore what was lost. I invite you to witness the beginning of a new age of magic, not in fear, but in partnership. Around him, his royal court stood ready, friends and advisors who had chosen to stand with him twice across 5 millennia. Above, the crown constellation continued its eternal journey, its perfect alignment complete but its stars still shining with renewed purpose. The primordial king had reclaimed his kingdom. The boy who lived had fulfilled his destiny. And in their perfect integration, something new had emerged, a guardian of magic who understood both its limitless power and its very human purpose. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.